right, it's 7 o'clock. We do have enough for a quorum. I'm not seeing, oh, Mike just came on, Mike Anderson. And let's give a minute, see if Ann Aiken comes on. I had not heard from her, so I'm sure she'll be on.
Good evening, all.
Hey, Mike. Christine, is Nita on yet, or?
She's not, and so I'm kind of keeping an eye for her if she pops up in the attendees.
Christine, I was on, now I'm off. I don't know what I did wrong.
You're on. It's probably because it's you may have speaker view on, so it might have just the person that's talking instead of you.
Okay,
But I can see you and hear
all
you.
right,
Yeah, we can
very
all see.
good. Wish I could see everybody.
On the top right, there's a button that says speaker view or gallery view, or it could be a button that has like 9 little dots on it. If you click on that, it might change the
Yeah.
view you have on.
I'm off that whole page. I'm back to the reminder, back to the, I turned up my volume.
Oh. Try to click, you click Alt Tab, hold down the Alt cut button and then click Tab. It may show you a bunch of screens and you can tab through to the screen that has everybody on it.
Alt Tab, which is.
Hold the ALT
Oh,
button
yeah,
down.
that just worked.
Okay.
Great having IT here. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, it's my side hustle.
Perfect, that worked.
Great. I don't see Nita yet. She's been having some technical difficulties. I haven't spoken with her, but I know she had some trouble on.
I just called her. She's almost in.
Okay.
We'll wait for her then. Okay, Ann has joined us. Mike, do you want to wait for Nita?
If it's okay to give her one more minute, just
Yeah,
to
of
wait.
course. Of course.
She said she was going to call me right back if she couldn't get in. So keep an eye on my phone.
There she is.
All right.
Okay, okay.
Nita, you can hear us okay?
It's still connecting.
Okay.
She's in. She's on mute, but she's in. So Dan, she can hear us. Go for it.
We can hear you. All right. Good evening, everybody. Thanks for joining tonight. This is a Board of Finance joint meeting with Board of Selectmen. This is Wednesday, June the 3rd, 2020. I'm Dan Spring, Chair of the Board of Finance. For the Board of Finance, present tonight, we have Paul Simon, Dan Smith, Carolyn Howell, Mike Anderson, Ann Aiken, and an alternate, Brett Mastriani. Welcome, everyone. And for Selectmen, First Selectman Mike Argo is with us, Bob Carlson, and Nita Kincaid. And the time is 7:05. Again, welcome. We're going to move to agenda item number 2. One of the reasons or rationales for having a joint meeting, we've invited our town council, Nick Keppel, attorney Nick Keppel from Sussman Shapiro, to join us to talk about a few things, to include the governor's order relative to the budget process for municipalities. Mike, do you have anything to add before we have Nick take the mic?
No, I think if we could just let Nick go through his presentation of whatever, he's gonna run through, and then open it up for questions from the board, and then, open it up for for public comment afterwards. So, I think there's just been some confusion. There's a lot of executive orders that have come out, and there's a lot of questions from people. So I thought it prudent, again, we have attorney money in the budget, and this is exactly the reason why we have that money, is for when there are potential legal consequences or legal questions. That's why we need our town attorney. So this is certainly something where it's a good idea to have the attorney in to help guide us and give us some advice. With that, I go to Nick for, you have the floor.
Good evening. Thanks for having me. Always happy to chat with town officials. So I just wanted to make sure everybody understood the requirements of this extraordinary arrangement that we're operating under, of these executive orders. So I'm going to run through quickly the sequence, because it's actually 4 different executive orders that affect budget adoption. The first one was number C, 7C. These are all 7s, and they're up to like 7VV now. They're on the second round of the alphabet. But 7C, back in March, was the first one that extended budget adoption deadlines, and said that if you have a deadline, like some towns have annual budget meetings that are by in the charter or part of their ordinance, and that executive order gave people an extra 30 days. The first big one, though, was 7I, in which in item 13 of that executive order, it established this really kind of first time ever that they said that notwithstanding any other Connecticut laws or special acts or charter provisions, that in a municipality where the legislative body is a town meeting, the Board of Selectmen shall authorize the budget making authority within said municipality to adopt a budget for the 2021 fiscal year and set a mill rate sufficient. So, and in North Stonington, in some towns where you have a town council, the budget making authority is the town council. But typically where it's a town meeting form of government, like North Stonington, the Board of Finance is the quote unquote budget making authority under Title VII. And even though the Board of Selectmen proposes a budget to the Board of Finance, the Board of Finance is considered in North Stonington, the budget making authority. So 7I established that the the process for adopting the budget was going to be significantly different in what I'll call town meeting towns like North Stonington, whereby the Board of Selectmen would vote to authorize the Board of Finance to adopt the budget. It basically, on purpose and by design, took away, for public health reasons, town meetings and referenda. Then another, I didn't make a copy of it, but there was a later executive order which attempted to identify that maybe under certain circumstances, there could be a town meeting about things other than the budget. If you had to buy a piece of land, or they laid out several different circumstances. And in that one, in that other executive order, which basically ended up creating confusion, they said if you had the approval of your local health director, you could have, a town meeting on a topic. And what happened, some of you may be familiar, the town of Vernon ended up having a town meeting because they got clearance of their, I think it was a drive-through type of arrangement they did. And it created a big furor around the state because everybody was saying, well, what does this mean? So within days, another executive order came out, HH, which clarified that they're not supposed to be town meetings. And it says, HH says it's purposely a clarification of numbers of Executive Order 7I, Section 13. Mandatory suspension of, is entitled Mandatory Suspension of In-Person Voting Requirements by Members of the Public on Municipal Budgets. It says Executive Order 7I, Section 13 shall be deemed to require the budget making authority of every municipality to adopt the budget for July 1, 20 to June 30, 2021 fiscal year, and to set a mill rate sufficient, in addition to other estimated yearly income and revenue surplus. And to suspend any requirement for a vote on such budgets or mill rates by residents, electors, or property owners, including but not limited to any vote by annual town meeting or referendum. That made it crystal clear. And they also threw in that order that because they had to cover Vernon for having kind of broken rank, they said there was this, what do they call it? Language that covered that nothing in this order shall invalidate or repeal the results of any vote on a budget held by an annual town meeting. Basically, they had to make sure that Vernon didn't do something illegitimate. So that was HH. Then, I don't know if you've seen it, but I sent through Christine, I hope you got, that there was a document issued, which is a guide to all of these orders, and it provides guidance. And on page 49 of that guide to all these executive orders, it covers everything. This was issued on May 30th. Under budget adoption, it says, Executive Order 7HH clarifies that as of the date of issuance, May 1, and going forward, the relevant elected body or bodies in each municipality must, in bold, adopt the budget for 2021 without an in-person vote by residents. I fully understand and I sympathize with both the Board of Finance and with taxpayers who are accustomed to, participating in the budget process. I'm, as a Stonington resident and a former Stonington elected official, I've sent, I voted many times to send budgets to town meeting and to referenda. I know that's a treasured role by taxpayers, but the legislature gave to the governor and to any governor, and Governor Lamont happened to be the one when the pandemic hit, certain executive powers for emergency powers, and among those was the right to issue these executive orders, and it's obviously cut across the entire spectrum of Connecticut society, including municipalities. So it's no more popular in North Stonington than it is in lots of towns. And I did some research, and read many news articles where, and also on town websites where people were, dismayed and frustrated that they weren't able to have taxpayers participate in the budget process. But that's what these orders say. And there's been a lot of attention paid to it. There's been lobbying by town officials, including town attorneys, to explore alternatives. But this is the law, and it's the law till September 9. The executive order lasts for 6 months. And I spoke with an attorney from the governor's office today, and who knows what will happen September 9 and beyond that. But it's conceivable. I have no inside information, but it's conceivable that some of these executive orders could be extended. So that's the law on budget adoption. It's the under the order, the Board of Selectmen shall authorize the Board of Finance to adopt a budget. Happy to answer any questions on that topic.
Any questions from Board of Finance members? Carolyn Howell?
You just said that, that 7I says, or was it, without in-person voting, without requiring in-person voting. So what if we weren't doing in-person voting? Why can't we do mail voting?
Well, because it says expressly that the budget making authority shall adopt a budget, no one else. It doesn't say mail in, it doesn't say it. It's quite, so that's.
Okay, so I have another question for you. I was watching late this afternoon, I saw the governor announced that school districts can hold in-person graduations next month. So clearly there is a possibility that the order could change prior to September. It doesn't necessarily have to wait 6 months, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So I was on the Wednesday call with the governor's office, Carolyn. I asked Doug, the counsel for the governor, and I actually got on the phone with him and asked him that question as well. I'd been advocating for something here, and he didn't. Of course, there is no way of knowing if a vaccine were to become available, certainly, but it didn't sound to me. It sounded the opposite based on my conversation with him, that it's more plausible that the executive orders would be extended versus the fact, unless something changes, versus the fact that they would be reduced. Of course, there's no way of knowing.
Well, I disagree with that. I think that things are starting to open up, and I can appreciate the safety that people need to take. But clearly, when you go to the store and you see how many people are shopping, and I went fishing down in Mystic the other day on the river, and the restaurants were packed with people. So, I mean, it's nothing that I personally want to do, but people are doing it. And I see no reason why, if the people choose, that there couldn't be a way for us to make a vote happen, even like drive through. There's different ways you can handle it, with social distancing, appropriate, precautions with PPE and other things, or you could simply have a ballot, mail-in ballot, or have a drop box at the town hall where, when you put your vote in the box, you present your ID. You have to present your ID to get your ballot, and then it's monitored when you actually put your, even if it's just in a secure box. I've seen that as well. And just today I saw in the Westerly Sun where in Charleston, Rhode Island, I know it's in another state, but they did vote. They had a referendum on their budget, and it worked fine. They had people who voted in person, and they also had people who voted, by mail. So there are ways around it. And I mean, I was just surprised by that because Rhode Island has been, I would say, the most conservative state in the country regarding this whole pandemic. So I believe that the people should have a right to vote on this, particularly if we're going to be increasing taxes. I think the people have, that's their voice, and we should honor that.
Yeah, the only comment I would make is that I think all the arguments that you make, Ms. Hull, about the potential ways that a vote could happen have been available and been made to the governor, for the last month, and it obviously hasn't had the effect of prompting him to change the order. So I think that that has to be taken into consideration. The other thing is that is not, it's a financial management issue that's appropriately reposed with the board, but there's this reference in the first in 7C about an extension from that if towns have deadlines, budget deadlines, they were extended for 30 days beyond May 15. But I don't see anything in the executive orders that says the Board of Finance must adopt a budget, by July 1 as the budget, as basically the budget making authority and now the budget approval body. But then it raises a question for the Board of Finance about the implications of waiting and hoping or expecting the executive order to change. I mean, clearly the law now is no one but the Board of Finance can adopt the budget. That's crystal clear. So that's just the law. Reasonable people can have opinions about that, and there's no question it creates a non-participatory process. There's no defending it. The governor thinks it's a safer process, but people could debate whether it's a wise decision or not, but that's the law right now. So because it's the law, I think the decision that the Board of Finance has to grapple with is the pros and cons and the implications of adopting a budget sooner than later. And more about the implications of that between you and Christine and Mike than frankly I do, but everybody's familiar with the fact that if you don't adopt a budget soon, then I believe last year's mill rate will have to be employed, and the tax bills will have to go out with last year's mill rate, and there'll be limitations on what you can do for capital expenditure, and then there'll have to be a supplemental bill sent out later on, which will be an additional cost. I'm not going to lecture you about the implications of that, but so you're well aware that that's an administrative and financial management issue that you'll have to take up.
I think when you're done, Nick, with when you're done with your discussion, I think that's something we should all talk about as a board, as far as understanding the implications of that. So that way, whatever decision the Board of Finance ultimately makes, they are going into that decision with eyes wide open.
Yeah.
So, excuse me, Mr. Keppel. I apologize. I mean, I thought this was going to be a Board of Finance meeting tonight where we were going to be able to deliberate over the budget and not have all of this going on. So I know that there were other people that were upset also because this was a special meeting that was called without all of us being aware of it. And I guess as I understand it now, because it's a special meeting, things can't be added to the agenda. And I know that
it's not a special meeting for the Board of Finance.
It was scheduled as a special meeting on the agenda. It says special meeting. So.
It's a special meeting of the Board of Selectmen. It's your regular meeting.
Oh, well, then why are we having, this just doesn't seem proper the way this meeting has been scheduled and set up to me.
Well, I'm sorry that you feel that way, but I mean, I think with the unprecedented circumstances that we're in, it seemed prudent, especially given kind of a cavalier attitude towards legal opinions in law lately that we make sure that we are knowing what the legal ramifications are that we're doing. And I mean, in my role as first selectman, there's nothing more important than upholding the oath and doing things that are correct in North Stonington. So I thought it prudent that we have the town attorney here. And certainly once we're done with agenda item number 2 and we go to public comment, I will not really have any feedback unless you'd like me to. I can't speak for the other selectmen, but this is what we thought would be prudent, and I thought would be prudent for getting us set up for success as we navigate these uncharted waters.
Mike,
Yes, Nita.
Nita, go ahead.
Mike, yeah, just a quick question to Attorney Keppel. You mentioned the one town who went forth and did do it. What punishment of any sort did they get?
There wasn't any punishment because, as I mentioned, there was 7I, and then I don't know the number, but there was a later executive order between 7I and 7HH in which there was a discussion about town action, that if you cleared it with your board of local board of health, you might be able to take a vote. And Vernon, in reliance upon that, they interpreted that to mean that it was okay to do a budget. And it created a big furor because everybody was saying, not surprisingly, why is Vernon able to do a town meeting to adopt their budget? And so there was literally within days, HH came out saying, for the sole purpose of clarifying what was intended by 7I, which was mandatory budget approval by the budget making body, which as I say, in North Stonington is the Board of Finance.
Thank you. That was very clear.
Brett, you had a question? I had Brett first, Mike. Brett, did you have a question?
Yes, I did. 2 questions for Attorney Keppel. One, if the Board of Selectmen do their vote to give the budget making authority the power to pass the budget, if something comes out where this executive order is rescinded, is there a way to then bring that to a referendum? And I ask that because on May 14th, 2020, the executive order number 700 came out, which talked about elections in person to elect people that couldn't be held virtually. And it gave certain dates in July, end of June and July for those
Right.
to be held.
Right.
So I'm curious if for some reason something does come out in the next few weeks that does that, but the Board of Selectmen have already voted to give the power to the Board of Finance. Can that be changed to go to referendum at that point?
Well, if the Board of Selectmen votes to authorize the Board of Finance to adopt a budget, of course, recognize that we're in this uncharted territory. But if the executive order lays out the process that the Board of Selectmen shall, and tells them that you shall authorize the Board of Finance, in North Stonington's case, to adopt the budget. If they take that vote and the Board of Finance proceeds to adopt a budget, then game over. There can't be any. Then you've adopted a budget. If the Board of Selectmen votes tonight or next week, and the Board of Finance opts to wait a month, which I'm not suggesting, but if you chose to do that, and in the meantime the executive order changed, then it goes back. Once the executive order, if the executive order were to be amended to allow in-person votes, then yes, then and only then can you have an in-person vote, either a town meeting or a referendum.
Mike Anderson, I'll recognize you. Mike Anderson?
I thought Brett had 2 questions.
Okay, there was such a pause there. I thought that all things had been answered.
You're all set?
I just had something that ties into it. The other night, it did come out that we were, Mike made the decision to move voting to the middle high school. And we're talking about ordinances and state statutes. So when I read the state statute, I don't think it's a bad idea at all. But since we have our attorney on the line, according to section 9168,
Brad, that was dealt with the state attorney, Ted Bromley. Nick has no information on that, and we could talk about that another time.
I just wanted to get out there. It says the legislative body is the one that determines where voting is held.
Yeah.
And that would be the full Board of Selectmen to just a technicality for them to all vote on it.
We've talked
reason.
with the state on that, so we can talk about that another time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Anderson, you're recognized.
I'm looking at 7H, the one that clarifies the opinion. It's
Aye.
yeah, 7I. Well, it's 7HH clarifies 7I.
Yes.
It's a section 13 shall, and Nick, you know as well as I that's mandatory. And as far as the Supreme Court's concerned, it means that must be done. Shall be deemed to require the budget making authority of every municipality to adopt a budget for the July 1st, 2020 to June 3rd, 2021 fiscal year, and to set a mill rate sufficient, yada, yada, yada. I mean, in my opinion, Carolyn, and I think with every other member here would love to have the town vote on this. But it appears to me that it's requiring us to do that, I'd say by at least July 1st, 2020. If someone wanted to file suit while this executive order is in place during this time to make us set the mill rate, I think that's a possibility. And I'm all for waiting to the last minute to make this decision, but as far as I'm concerned, if this happens before July 1st, 2020, we're required to act.
Nick, on the date that Mike had just mentioned, was it a 30-day extension beyond May 15th?
Yeah. Candidly, I'm not sure that whole provision in C applies to North Stonington. Many towns have either in their charter or an ordinance, they have an annual budget date. And so what that particular executive order, an early executive order, was meant to basically give towns time to organize, so that if you had a deadline, then the executive order gave 30 days beyond May 15 for you to complete the budget. But North Stonington doesn't have such a dedeadline.
No, we do.
So, what's that?
We do. We have an annual town meeting, and that's on May 5th. It's the first week in May, I think, is when it's supposed to happen. So
Yeah, it's supposed to be the first Monday of May.
My apologies.
So, and there's other considerations that have to be thought about. We need to get tax bills out we have to get them out by the end of the month. And in order to get tax bills out by the end of the month, there's a lead time, and we're up against it. So this week we have to set the mill rate. The mill rate has to be set this week to get tax bills out. So whatever the mill rate's set at, that is a separate discussion. But there's no discussion about the fact that we really need to get tax bills out, or else they won't be in people's mailboxes, and we won't get our revenue, which we need to run the town.
So then I stand corrected that C does apply to North Stonington. If you have an ordinance that has an annual budget date, then that C gave you 30 days beyond May 15 then to adopt the budget, to complete the budget and adopt it.
Paul Simon, you're next.
Thank you, Dan. So I guess that was really my question. Is there a mandate for the date at which we must set the mill rate? I know we've a couple of years back, we had some delays and we weren't able to do it to sometime in the summer. So if I may, Mike, it's more than an inconvenience not to have a mill rate, but we can still do supplemental bills, yeah, if we could not come to an agreement by June 15.
So what I would recommend is that, last year we waited until August to send tax bills out, and it was a real strain on the town. We had hoped we'd get a referendum passed, and we in fact did on the second time around. After going through that, we learned that that is not something that the town should do. It put our cash flows at jeopardy. Now, what you can do, Paul, is that if the Board of Finance wants to set a mill rate at the same mill rate and then send out a supplemental tax bill at a later time, wait to pass a budget, that's something that is an option for the Board of Finance. I think there are concerns that I need to bring out when you're making that decision, but ultimately by the end of this week, you know, the mill rate should be set by Friday. I mean, so because we have to get in touch with QDS, who produces the information for the tax bills. There's a lead time on that. We actually get the tax bills here. We stuff the envelopes as a process, and we backed into it knowing that basically Friday was kind of the last day to meet the July 1st to get them in the mailboxes.
And there's, you know, only because I've lived through it a couple of times, there's a cost, a sizable cost to do a supplemental.
Yeah,
understand.
That's what I was running numbers on. It's over $4,000 to do a supplemental bill between the printing of the actual bills and the postage. That doesn't include the staff time that we need to actually physically stuff them. So.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure there's a significant cost, but I just wonder if this crazy year, this is worth the cost this year to have a couple more weeks of voter input, whatever form that might take, via online discussions or mailings or whatever it might be. Just something that we can talk about, I guess, after we're done with this part of the agenda.
I would caution, if I may jump in, that
Please.
7C does, it says, notwithstanding any other provisions, all municipal budget deadlines for the preparation of the municipal budget for the fiscal year 21, that ending on June 30th, 2021, that fall on any date prior to and including May 15 are extended by 30 days. So I would interpret if you have an annual budget by ordinance, an annual budget day, the first Monday of May, that's a deadline under your ordinances. And this executive order says that deadline of any date, you know, prior to and including May 15 are extended by 30 days. So I don't know. I think you're under some pressure to, based on that, to adopt the budget sooner than later, aside from the additional cost and potential disruption of whatever of the financial management of the town.
Thank you.
Dan Smith, you're next.
Mr. Keppel, it's a true, like the only date that we're held to in town is having the town meeting by May 1st. But the town meeting doesn't approve the budget. It just moves it to referendum where the budget gets approved, correct?
Correct, but a budget, yes, I would say.
Well, it's traditional in North Stonington that the town meeting doesn't approve the budget at town meeting, Dan, but it is possible for the budget to be approved at town meeting, though that's not the practice of town over the last decade that I've been here. It did used to happen that way.
Yes, but now it gets sent to referendum.
If the selectmen do that, it's up to the selectmen. The selectmen could choose to vote at town meeting. I mean, I don't know where you're going with this, but I'm just telling you that's.
I'm just asking because it was brought up that the town meeting was the date that we have to, is a date that is a hard date in our town.
Well, I guess it's a budget deadline that you have a town meeting on the budget. So, right, that's not in dispute. That it's an ordinance that says you have to have a budget meeting on the first. I think the purpose of C was to give people, to recognize that the pandemic was going to be disruptive and to give people some flexibility.
Yeah. Brett, you had another question pertinent to what we're talking about.
Yeah, it was just a follow up to that. If you if you look at that, that talks about our town meeting, like Dan said, it doesn't talk about a budget meeting and a budget approval. I went through pretty much almost all the statutory towns in the state, and I'll get to that later about when they are doing things and which towns haven't, but some aren't even moving on this budget until June 17th to set these things. But I guess I'm confused over the last back and forth, whether we're saying that our town meeting technically is our budget deadline, because I heard two different things and that's the date. So are we going to get some kind of positive ruling on that, whether you're calling our budget, our town meeting, our budget deadline?
Well, mindful of folks that this is completely uncharted territory. You know, the governor's executive orders haven't typically run, you know, budget making, but all I can tell you is what it says, which is that notwithstanding any provision of the general statutes, including Title VII, any special act, municipal charter, or ordinance that conflicts with this order, all municipal budget deadlines for the preparation of the municipal budget for the fiscal year that fall on any date prior to and including are extended by 30 days. So it's a deadline for the preparation of the municipal budget. I think in talking with the attorney for the governor today, I think they were concerned that some towns, because of the pandemic, were missing some, you know, mandatory hearings and other budget preparation deadlines, and so it was meant to give them some flex. So because there's no case law, there's no guidance on what the implication is of this language, and there's no other reference in any of the executive orders or the municipal guidance, the FAQs that will come out that I quoted before. And it doesn't say it doesn't say, you know, deadline for budget adoption. It says deadline for municipal for budget preparation of the municipal budget. So I'm not certain I can opine that first day in May, when you have an annual, typically annual budget meeting, is a deadline that starts the clock ticking 30 days. Plus, as a practical matter, you're past that already.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions from the Board of Finance or Board of Selectmen for Attorney Keppel? All right.
On that topic, Dan, I just like the ability, when you guys do go into deliberations, if your board wants me to answer questions about the effect of not passing the budget, just so you again go into it with eyes wide open. I don't know if Nick had anything else he wanted to hit on.
Not on the budget adoption topic. I do have another comment or two to make, but any other questions about budget adoption?
Now, in that, you know, we've had this discussion for at least the last 35 minutes, you know, signals to me that we probably needed some clarification, and that, as you're saying, Attorney Keppel, this is the law. And I think that we had to understand that, okay, what is the pure definition, so that it brings us to a point of action. I think if, why we have you here, and we're paying for your time, was there something else that wanted to be said?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow on my opinion last week and make sure the board's aware that of the impact of 9-167A on the operation of the Board of Finance, and that, as you know, I recommended that a non-Republican be appointed as an alternate, and the reason I felt that was necessary is the composition is now, after the appointment of filling of the vacancy, there are now 4 Republicans, as I understand it, an independent, a Democrat, and now 2 Republican alternates, excuse me. The statute about alternates, 7-340A, which your local ordinance mirrors. I'm not going to quote it verbatim, but it basically says a regular member who can't make a meeting can pick their an alternate to fill in for them. And if they fail to do that, the board then has a responsibility to fill the vacancy for a particular meeting. To me, the problem that you may not have realized, the problem with putting a second Republican in the alternate slot is that in my opinion, that has the effect of nullifying the ability of the independent and the Democrat to lawfully select an alternate, because now any alternate that they might select to fill in for them is going to create a fifth Republican on the board, and that can't happen. You know, the Secretary of State's office says it can't happen. I think the statute says it can't happen, and bond counsel weighed in since last week. I asked Mike to check in with bond counsel about the repercussions for bonding and bond rating of a potential violation of 9-167A. It also creates the same problem same exact problem for the rest of the board. If someone fails if a member doesn't pick an alternate, then it creates the same predicament for you all, for the remaining members, because you're being denied a right to pick an alternate to fill that vacancy for a particular meeting, because you're lawfully, you can't disregard the requirements of 9-167A, which say that for a 6-person body, you're not supposed to have 5 members of one party. That's a violation of the statute. So it has the effect of causing in my view, it has 2 effects. One, it strips the individual member, or if they fail to pick an alternate, the full remaining panel, it strips those 2 of the ability to pick an alternate. But it also has the effect, when that happens, of having essentially underrepresentation of the community's interests on the Board of Finance, because you'll have to function with 5 instead of 6. So 1/6 of the panel is not going to be able to participate. I'm talking about the scenarios. You know, if one of the 4 Republicans is substituted by one of the 2 Republican alternates, then there's no issue. It's when the independent or the Democrat is unable to attend, that you basically can't. There's no way of having that position be filled, because it would violate 9-167A. Then that opens up the question of if for whatever reason you chose to go ahead and act with 5 members of one party, then there's various implications, which I looked at 10 or 15 cases. There's no cases right on point, but I do worry for North Stonington that it could create some uncertainty about the legitimacy of an action by the Board of Finance if that action were taken in violation of 9-167A of state statute.
All right, I think that's critical information, Attorney Keppel. Brett, you have a question relative to this?
Yeah, I guess it is a question, and I have to start out with all due respect, Mr. Keppel. I think part of your response might be biased, as you are the Democrat candidate that ran for probate against Republican candidates that our Republican Town Committee supported, as well as Stonington. So I do have to take that with a slight grain of salt as you do this, because you are biased. I also checked with the Secretary of State's office through a call. I checked with our town clerk. And basically also, if there was an election today and there were 4 members of the Board of Finance that were on that board and 2 Republicans won the seat for the alternate spot, they would both be able to be legally seated for that spot. So I
again?
looked into it as well.
Say that again, that's the last part.
Right now, if there were 4 members that of the main board or the seated board of the Board of Finance, and there was an election for alternates, there would be able to be, if the 2 highest vote getters were Republicans in a vote, a public vote, those 2 members would be able to be seated as alternates. I understand your point that if there are 4 Republicans seated on the board at one time, I would not be able to be seated as a member. But if anytime there's only 3 members of that board, I would be able to be seated as a member
I agree with.
without violating my minority representation.
I agree that if there were 3, that this problem only arises when all 4 Republicans are sitting. By the way, 7-340A talks about both appointment or election. So I don't know. I think it's a problem because you're either going to if you seat them, you violate 9-167A, and if you don't seat them, then you're understaffed, you're underrepresented, you're building in, by appointing 2 Republicans, you're building in either a violation if they're seated, or you're condemning the body to be only 5/6, neither of which to me, one is just illegal. The seating of the fifth member, the Secretary of State's office said that, we say that, the statute says it, the statute 9-167 is unequivocal that with a 6-person body, which is what the Board of Finance is, you can't have more than 4 members from one party seated.
Yeah, I don't think there's any debate on how many can be actually seated at a time, but I do take question to your opinion coming from an unbiased, a non-biased authority.
I'm a proud Democrat. I ran as Democrat for other offices as well. But I've actually represented more Republican administrations over my 30 years of so I'm proud of the fact that I call him as I see him on the law. But my point is that what is the point of appointing 2 Republicans when you're building in a barrier when 340A says, let's just say the unaffiliated or the independent, it's not, the person's not unaffiliated. If the independent,
No, they are unaffiliated.
okay, so if the unaffiliated chooses that they can't make a meeting, right? The statute says it gives them a right to pick their substitutes, their sub. But your action not yours, the Board of Finance's action last week effectively took away that unaffiliated statutory right to appoint their sub, because they can't appoint a sub who will violate the law. So if you have a right which you can't put into action, that to me is a problem. Mr. Smith, I guess a question.
Thank you for your opinion.
And you're next, Ann Aiken, you're recognized.
Yeah, so let me put this whole thing to rest. I have been unaffiliated my entire voting career until I decided to run for this position, and I was advised to run as a Republican. So I changed my affiliation. In speaking with Dan Spring last week, I found out that I can change my affiliation back to unaffiliated during my term. I thought I would have to wait until my term was over, change it, and then run again. but I can change it now. And so I'm in the process of doing that. So this whole thing will be moot.
Do you have a response to that, Nick?
Anne serves as an alternate or a full member?
She was elected as alternate, but then as we left a full member, she was voted to be seated as a full member to the Board of Finance.
So
So the question at hand is one,
it'll,
does the member have to maintain or sustain the status that they were elected as during their tenure?
I think that so long as her switching parties doesn't create a violation of 9-167A, then I don't think there's a problem with it. If you've checked with, I would have somebody check with the Secretary of State's office, because, when you can, all the nuances of, how much time you can, before an election, you can register to vote, and, when you can switch office, I'm not as fluent as I'd like to be about all of that. But if someone has checked with the Secretary of State's office and or the town clerk's office or the registrar that Ms. Aiken, if she wishes to, is able to switch from a Republican to an unaffiliated, so long as it's fine with electoral, I think it, as she correctly, I think, is pointing out, it does lessen the problem, because then there's 3 Republicans, not 4. So yes, then my concern about an alternate not being able to, a regular member, an unaffiliated, or the Democrat not basically having nowhere to turn is reduced, because a Republican the Republican alternate, one of the 2 Republican alternates, who are the only 2 available, will not violate, them being seated will not violate, because then you'd have 4 instead of 3, and then the 1 unaffiliated, and then the Democrat.
All right, what we'll do, Ann, is certainly I would never want to misguide you relative to decisions. So we'll check that with the state. And as chair of Board of Finance, I will make it quite clear that I don't want any actions of the Board of Finance ever to be brought into question relative to a possible violation. Carolyn.
I was in the same situation as Anne during my last term. I was always unaffiliated, and I also was asked to run as a Republican, which I did. And I did because of my, disappointment and some of the problems that we were having with our prior administration. I felt the need to switch back to unaffiliated, and I did check on that and to make sure that I could do it. And I was told I could, and I did. So I'm still unaffiliated. So I see no problem with it. And I don't have a problem asking, as an unaffiliated representative, asking anyone on my board, whether they're an alternate or a regular member, to fill in for me. If they're available, I'm just happy to have a quorum so that we can meet when we're supposed to.
Yeah, what Attorney Keppel is saying is that we cannot seat more than 1 party past the 4 during our regular meetings. So,
Correct.
all right.
That's all I
Mike, I think, Mike, you had your hand up before Dan. So Mike Anderson, you're recognized.
I just like to say that last week when we talked about this, and I said that I thought that it was possible for Brett to be seated in the alternate spot, but I thought it should not happen. That has not changed in my mind. I wasn't aware of the provision of 7-340A, whereby if I'm absent, I have the statutory right to designate my successor. And I feel that, you know, as the board is made up right now, that with 2 Republicans in the alternate spot, that infringes on my right, and I don't like it. And, you know, and if you switch to unaffiliated, you know, I guess that clears up the problem. I don't think it clears up the problem of
It's 8 o'clock.
The representation on this board being fair to the taxpayers of this town, seeing that Democrats and Republicans are almost fairly equally distributed. You know, it's still lopsided given the opinions that you have expressed during this budget process. You know, I think that I guess until that happens, you know, I would like to know why do we not have 3 members in the alternates? Is that by ordinance? We only have two members.
Correct.
Written into we could have considered 3, but we thought that 2 would be sufficient relative to our town. And that's what's written into our ordinance, 2 alternates.
And there's no violation of minority representation to have both alternates be of one party.
No,
There's
9-1.
There's no language in the ordinance relative to that.
And 9-167A, Mr. Anderson.
Only goes up to 3.
Yeah, it begins at 3. It doesn't cover 2.
Doesn't
So
mean
if-
that the ordinance can't be amended.
No,
Like,
I think the ordinance should be amended.
yeah.
And then that would resolve the issue right now of having an alternate that doesn't show up. And, you know, a member of that alternate's party being the other alternate, and, you know, myself or Caroline not being able to have the right to choose our designee.
Yeah, you know, I was chair when I introduced the ordinance for alternatives, simply because there were many times where we could not conduct business because of lack of a quorum. So we thought that 2 would be sufficient. Now, as it turns out, we have one of the alternate positions filled by an individual who is a Republican who, without definition or cause, has never come to a meeting. So it's been 2 years and multiple letters have been sent to him, but with no response. And we have looked into, okay, how do we deal with that? And it's one that doesn't have an answer. If he's elected, he's elected, and unless he should become, as much as I hate to say it, deceased, he occupies that slot until the next election period.
yeah, Connecticut law doesn't allow for recall of elected officials.
But it's put us in one of these situations, so. Dan Smith, you're recognized.
I'd just like for everybody to realize that position that Ann Aiken was in went up for election last year, and Ann won that election against a Democrat. So that right there was earned by a Republican. It wasn't, you know, a Republican took it over by an appointment or what. That was through an election.
So was Mustafa's, Dan.
He was placed by minority representation.
Well, the question that you posed, Dan, is going to be clarified by us taking the situation to the state and get a reading on whether or not, as she was elected, does she become that party representation for her tenure. So we're going to get clarification on that.
Okay. I also like to move to the next agenda item.
All right, I'm going to see if there are any other questions, since we have the attorney here, Dan. Any other questions relative to the issue for Attorney Keppel? Okay. Attorney Keppel, we thank you for your time tonight. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me. Good luck.
Nick, you might want to hang around for a little while just in case anything else comes up.
Okay,
Thank you, Nick.
sure.
Thank
Okay,
you.
the time is 8:04, and on the next agenda item is public comments, which I would take to be open to Board of Selectmen, Board of Finance. So.
Okay, so if you're
Kristen
on-
Diaz, if you can help us out.
Yep, if you're on a phone, you just need to hit *9 to virtually raise your hand. And if you are on your computer, just click the raise hand button. So we are going to recognize Mark Leonard.
Hi, this is Mark Leonard, Maine's Crossing Road.
Mark, we've got you. Go ahead.
This brief comment is directed towards the Board of Finance. While there continues to be the usual 3 people in town using online forums to stir up conspiracy theories related to town business they themselves are directly influencing, I would like to bring our attention to an actual fault committed by this very governing body. In the previous finance meeting, to open alternate vacancy was filled by this board. In this publicly recorded rushed process, the finance board went against the town's own legal advice to place Republican Brett Mastrioni as an alternate for the Board of Finance. The potential conflicts of interest of having the chair of the town's Economic Development Committee on the finance board notwithstanding, this now results in the event of an absence, this board is unable to seat 5 Republicans, subverting the regulatory intention of an alternate position itself, while additionally opening the specific board's actions to bond counsel liability for the town. This actual conspiracy, recorded for posterity, is obviously not aligned with nor representative of this taxpayers of the town. As recorded, nor the chair nor any member of this committee at any time calls for an official open nominations in order to review the 4 applicants, several of whom were present on the call to represent themselves, and were not called upon to speak. This board's poor excuse that they, quote, just won't seat the alternate members as Republicans if minority representation becomes an issue, unquote, is now an issue, period. Given the previously referenced online chatter, in their own quest for true town government transparency, I strongly recommend this board immediately rescind that nomination, properly open calls for nominations in line with the previously referenced legal advice in order to not increase this town's bond counsel liability. All that said, very simply, what's the point of having alternates if you can't use them when you need to? Although my own recommendation is Sarah Nelson, the Director of Acquisitions, Collaborations, and Divestitures for Pfizer, I still expect this board to follow the guidelines as directed in the state of Connecticut general statute as relative to finance committees filling vacancies and appointing alternate members, stating, quote, these appointments are subject to the provisions concerning minority representation of political parties. When seated, these alternate members have all the powers and duties set forth in the general statutes. If a regular member of the board is absent or disqualified, the majority of the regular members of the Board of Finance not absent will designate an alternate, subject to the provisions of section 9-167A to act for the absent or disqualified regular member S.-340A. In closing, specific to this town's various board members and commission members, Mastriani, Murphy, and Dan Smith, suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time.
That's you're out of order. You're out of order. Come on now. That's not appropriate.
Mark, we've made note of your concern. I think just having the issue brought forth by Attorney Keppel certainly demonstrates that, we want to bring into question, okay, are we in proper order relative to the makeup of the Board of Finance? So thank you. We're still open. Caroline, I'd like to get to the public. Is anyone else on public comments?
Yes, we have many. So phone caller, you are recognized.
Hi, Gary Nino, 91 Main Street, North Stonington, Connecticut. Just a simple question, and either for Attorney Keppel, the Board of Finance, or the Board of Selectmen. There's nothing that prevents us from passing a budget flat to last year and moving on and allowing the town to weigh in on the potential increase at a later time. I recognize it's a $4,000 increase, but against a $20 million budget, that's like 0.02%. I think we could afford that. Over to you.
Were you posing a question to Attorney Keppel, Gary? If so,
Either the Board of Finance or Attorney Keppel. We could just pass a budget flat to last year at this time, correct? And then amend it later when we have time to approve an increase with the typical town involvement?
As the first selectman had said, I mean, we could set the mill rate as it exists in this current fiscal year to move into the next year. But it does have consequences. So that's some of the things that we had talked about earlier.
I think
I
you,
don't know if you're on the call from the beginning or not. I don't know.
I was. It just seems very, I'm trying to assume good intent with all of this, but it seems very contrived and taking advantage of a situation where the townspeople are suffering and we're just layering on based on the available opportunity. I think we really ought to take a breath, stay flat to last year, and allow the town to weigh in on this. There's a lot of people that are going to be impacted from this as far as their ability to pay their taxes. I'm good.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you for your input. Next on public, Christine.
North Stonington Board of Ed.
Christine Wagner, 2 quick comments. We've gone through months and months and months of this budget process. The Board of Finance has put forward the budget that they felt was the best. I'm hoping that we take into account all of the comments from the 100+ people that were on the hearing this week and not disregard those comments. There was a lot of support for this budget that has been put forward. So I know you have a large task ahead of you, but I would be really disappointed to see you throw out all the work that's been done to take the high road, to take the easy road. And then my second question is, I have asked repeatedly to have the non-lapsing account motioned, put on the agenda and voted on one way or the other. We are in a very dire situation coming this fall. We have some money left over in our budget this year that has already been appointed for education. And if we could make some smarter long-term decisions with that money and be prepared for the fallout of COVID next fall, it would be greatly appreciated. We need to know one way or the other. We are going to be making these decisions tomorrow night. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Relative to the RISA account, I mean, we brought the Board of Finance members up to speed on it. I think that, we would like to act on it. I think as I shared with you, we wanted to kind of lock down the budget and get that behind us. Just
They go
doing
together.
that within the framework of this pandemic and doing things via Zoom, et cetera. So we have not lost that consideration, Christine.
It will be lost for us for next year if it isn't not decided in the next day or two.
Okay, thank you. Carolyn, I really would like to, because this is going to take a little while, I want the public to be heard. And I think that's what you have been continually espousing. So next public comment, please, Christine.
Michael Noonan.
Hi, Michael Noonan, 32 Meadowood Drive. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to Mike Ergo for his transparency to the town. In regards to that caller who said the $4,000 is sort of a drop in the bucket. As a taxpayer, this town does not have $4,000 extra to spend on something like sending out supplemental bills. So I totally I disagree with that comment. Regarding the budget, regarding the executive order, it's been read many times, and I feel like some members of the Board of Finance are just asking the same questions over and over because they're not liking the answer that they were given tonight by the attorney, by Attorney Keppel. And I have that order again in front of me, and I'm just going to read it to make sure I have it clearly. 7I, item 13, suspension of in-person budget adoption requirements for municipalities. The legislative body of a municipality, or in a municipality where the legislative body is a town meeting, the Board of Selectmen shall authorize the budget-making authority within said municipality to adopt a budget for the July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021 fiscal year, and to set a mill rate sufficient in addition to the other estimated yearly income of such town and in addition to such revenue surplus, if any, as may be appropriated, not only to pay the expenses of the municipality for said fiscal year, but also to absorb the revenue deficit of such town, if any, at the beginning of said fiscal year, without holding votes required by charter or without complying with any in-person budget adoption requirements, including but not limited to annual town meetings requiring votes, referendum, and special town meetings. As a taxpayer, we elected the Board of Finance to do a job. These are unprecedented times, and sometimes they call for unprecedented measures. And I really expect the Board of Finance to take a stand and do the job they were elected to do. Thank you.
Thank you for your input, Michael. I think all the reason why we had Attorney Keppel here, just to bring clarification and reinforcement relative to the current law. Thank you. Next. Christine.
Okay, Brian, you're recognized.
Yeah, you hear me?
We can hear you.
You gotta get
Okay.
closer to your mic, Brian.
Getting closer, you mean?
Yeah, we're not hearing you very well.
Okay, maybe I'm not turned up high enough.
All right.
Let me see if I can do that without losing you. I know I ain't gonna push that button. All right, I'll try to get closer. Anyways,
That's better. That's better. Thank you.
Okay, good. I just want to say, before the Board of Finance adopts any budget, I think we should urge our state reps to go and knock on the governor's door and see if and when this his order be lifted, and if it's going to be lifted. I got a feeling it may be lifted earlier, and I think our representatives, Heather Summers and Kate Rotella, would probably be the ones to be able to find that out. And if you have to set a mill rate, you set the mill rate. And if we have to vote later on in the year, I don't think there's going to be a problem, because it seems like we always find money in the budget for different things. And we also have that large rainy day fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. So noted. I think as Mike Urgo had stated earlier, as first selectman, he's been very much on the pulse and in contact with our legislators and representatives in Hartford. Next, Christine.
Phone caller.
Sean Murphy. First, I wanted to say I'm glad you were able to take advantage of Attorney Keppel being there and talking about the minority representation. You did, however, overlook the fact that being a special meeting wasn't allowed to add, you aren't allowed by FOI to add to the agenda. But I'm glad you had that conversation and got those things worked out. I would argue that the ordinance that we have is states that we will have a town meeting on the first Monday in May. It does not say we have to pass a budget by that date. Even if we were to vote at a town meeting, there's no guarantee that a budget would pass. So that date is strictly, that ordinance is strictly for a date that we have to have our town meeting. By executive order 7I, that's been extended. Now that date for us, that our ordinance now states, add 30 days to that, and we shall have a town meeting, which we haven't had yet, 30 days from that first Monday in May. So by our own ordinance and the executive order, we're due a town meeting. So there's no requirement that we have a budget. There's no timeline for us to approve our budget. And the Board of Selectmen, there's actually provisions in the statute that allow the Board of Selectmen to set the mill rate. If we don't have a budget by July 1st, then they can set the mill rate for an amount that would would fund our normal expenditures, approved expenditures. So we'd be able to fund continuing on just by the selectmen setting the mill rate at 29 and continuing at the spending levels that we currently have. As far as then setting the budget, we could do that anytime, and we wouldn't necessarily have to have a second billing or a additional adjusted billing. Why couldn't that be done adjusting the January billing? We would be funded, we'd get the normal intergovernment revenue. We would get our normal 29 mil revenue, and we have a healthy surplus in our undesignated balance. So there's no reason to send out a special billing, even though I agree with Paul that allowing the people the opportunity to vote is well worth that $4,000 or $5,000 that was quoted. There are many people that wish to be able to vote. And I would argue that passing a budget tonight has not given sufficient time for the public to comment. And it is put in the executive order that we would give public a sufficient time to comment. Also, the public has not been provided a means of submitting input, i.e. an email address and a deadline per the executive order. The final proposed budget will not be provided to the public prior to passage. That's something that's required by our ordinance and by state statute. We're bypassing the normal procedures referenced in the executive order by not having a town meeting. It says that to as much as possible, we would follow our normal procedures. And our normal procedures are to send it to a town meeting. So to pass the budget tonight without having a town meeting would be in violation of that executive order. And I believe the Board of Finance should provide more time for public input, allow them more time to consider the attorney's opinion, and allow them more time to deliberate on the budget. Thank you.
Attorney Keppel, was there anything in there that was of significance to you?
Just his comments at the close about something to the effect that because you're not having a town meeting, you're violating the executive order. I respectfully disagree with Mr. Murphy about that. I don't want to go over it again, but the order is crystal clear in I augmented by HH that it expressly bars, essentially doesn't use the word bar, but it prohibits town meeting and referenda, all based on public health concerns. So the issue of whether you adopt a budget now or in 2 weeks or 2 months, that's a separate issue. But the order requires the Board of Finance to adopt the budget. So long as this order is in place, you can't have a town meeting. So that's my only comment.
Yeah, and again, to remind those listening that the date goes out to September 9th, and that still has the potential of being extended. We don't know that. So another question, Christine?
Okay, Connie Berardi, you're recognized.
Thank you. I would like to also talk about the nomination of the alternate seat on the Board of Finance. It's of my opinion that the process was not fairly executed in the terms of allowing the other people that were interested in running for this position or being considered to even have a dialogue with them as to what their qualifications are. It's also my opinion, and I could be wrong, so correct me if I am wrong. When I held the seat on planning and zoning, I took another Democrat seat because she had left town. So if we follow suit, then that particular person should have been selected as a Democrat. The other thing I would like to clarify, or I'd like to say, is we're stacking the board here. We're stacking the commission with just a Republican seat, which is not fair to the minority of us taxpayers that want our other voices heard. So Brett saying that Attorney Keppel is biased, you could almost say that of the rest of this board who nominated him without protocol and without consideration of other candidates. Thank you.
Well noted, Connie. Thank you for your input. Christine?
Joe Quesada, you're recognized.
Yes, I'm just pushing forward again on the per diem staffing for the firemen. I'd like the Board of Finance to put that back in their budget. I think the public spoke very well the other night about supporting it, for the supporting of the per diem firefighters for the North Stonington Volunteer Fire Company. I'd like to see that in the budget. I say it over and over again. Life safety is paramount in this town. Without life safety, without your firemen responding and helping you out, you have nothing. You have no school, no safety, no nothing. So please support putting in the per diem staffing back in your budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. So noted.
Okay, Nicole, you've been recognized.
Hi, Nicole Porter, 44 Pinecrest Road. As a new member of a commission in town, I am beyond excited to serve my town. And I recognize all the efforts of everybody that is currently serving on boards and commissions. However, the last few meetings, and as I become more involved in town and town meetings, the last few meetings of the Board of Finance, I've observed I'm seeing more politics being played and less genuine representation of the town residents. I personally am really concerned about the Board of Finance that is not representing all members and appear to only be representing about half of the town. I would really urge, whatever ends up happening with the result of the alternate, I really do urge the Board of Finance to remember that they were elected by the residents of our town to serve all members of our town. And despite political party, I do hope that whatever ends up happening, everybody on the board can work together to move our town forward. Thank you.
Nicole, thank you for your input.
Sean, go ahead.
To address Attorney Keppel's point, I believe he stated first that he didn't understand where in the executive order it required us to go to a town meeting. And in Executive Order 7HH, it says, shall proceed in a manner as closely consistent with the applicable procedures as possible. And that which for us is a town meeting. So it is in the general, the executive order. And when you indicate that we're not allowed to have a town meeting, that is not true. We are not allowed to vote at a town meeting. We could still have a town meeting to discuss the budget and for people to ask questions. We in North Stonington, we rarely ever in many, many years have we voted at a town meeting. We have town meetings just to discuss the budget, and we would still be able to do that. There's nothing in the executive order that that keeps us from doing that. And in fact, it says we should follow our normal procedures as close as possible.
May I respond, Mr. Spring?
Yes, please, Attorney Keppel.
So HH begins by saying mandatory suspension of in-person voting requirements by members of the public. I take your point, sir, that it doesn't say anything about a hearing on the budget. The problem is and I can't cite for you the executive order because there's now been like 40 of them or more, but there's an executive order that says you can't have gatherings of more than 25 people. I think it's up to 25. So that's the problem. There's a separate problem with having a town meeting, that it would not comply with a separate, not budget making executive order, but a public gathering executive order. So
We could have a virtual town meeting, sir. We could have a virtual town meeting, sir.
Yeah, I would agree that you conceivably could do that. But you
Thank
couldn't.
you.
It would be a public hearing, not obviously not voting. You mean?
It would be our annual budget town meeting, not the hearing. We usually have a hearing, and then we have a town meeting, and then we have a referendum.
Yeah, I think the point that Attorney Keppel is making, at a town meeting, we have the ability to bring a vote. And we would not be able to do that in a virtual setting.
That's correct. I wouldn't argue that.
Okay, thank you, Sean.
Okay,
Christine?
that was our last public comment.
Okay. Brings us to 8:31. All right, Carolyn, you've had your hand up, but I wanted to get
Oh,
through
wait.
the public
Now,
comments.
hold on, Dan, we just had 3 more people raise their hands. I don't know if you want to go back to it.
Yes, we'll keep it open.
Okay. So anyone else that would like to make a comment, please raise your hand now. Thank you. Okay, so Cooper?
Hi, this is Beth Bettolino. I talked to you last week when we were talking about the alternates. And once again, I want to say I did not like how you ran the meeting. You basically said, Brett is it. And there was no conversation, there was no voting, there was no, for the public, knowing how you came up with that decision. And I think there are other options. And again, I will tell you, I'm a Republican, but my neighbor is, something different, and I can still talk to them and we can get along. And I really have a problem with Ann, and I'm gonna just call you out on this. You're a Republican, you got that job as a Republican, and now you're saying, oh, well, I'm gonna change to something else and that'll make this work out. Well, that's kind of, to me, and that's the optics of it. And I hope you know that. And respectfully, I'm done with my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. So noted.
Joe Potemmer, you're recognized.
Thank you.
Pam.
Yes, yes. I just want to preface my comments and what I'm going to read to ensure everyone that this is nothing personal. I've given this a lot of thought and feel it's important that I speak up and share with you what I'm going to. I'd like to express my significant concern regarding the discussions recently by the Board of Finance, specifically on May 20th and May 27th. Although there's been a lot of discussion about Section 9-167A, there was little or no discussion regarding the statute, Section 7-340A, that addresses the appointment of an alternate and requires minority representation. It's very specific that it holds boards to that same requirement. It allows a minority member to designate an alternate, also of minority representation. Having a board comprised otherwise does not allow for minority representation if both alternates are of a majority party, and violates the requirement of that statute. The content of the Board of Finance discussions held on May 20th and May 27th regarding the appointment of board members is understatedly concerning. Despite redirection from the chair, individual preference for the constitution of the board and upholding not just the spirit of the law, but the letter of the law was reduced to referencing recollection and personal opinions. The blatant disregard for the opinion of the person representing North Stonington to interpret regulation and provide professional guidance to elected board members, all board members, was shocking. The Board of Finance is sanctioned with making decisions that promote the financial viability of our town. Inherently, this responsibility is to uphold the law and maintain accountability to the taxpayers and all the citizens of North Stonington. Operationally, this includes being informed, being prepared, and being able to conduct scheduled business of the board and representing the collective interests of the town, not just the interest of half the town. It seems silly that I would have to explicitly state this, but that would also entail seeking the wisdom and guidance of those not only qualified to interpret the law, but also representing our taxpayers to guide our elected board members in their decision-making and advise them on how to remain lawful in their operation. To do otherwise and intentionally choose to position our town in a state of non-compliance with state regulation and is an exercise of authority that I don't believe the board has. When I researched Chapter 98 of state statute, which specifically speaks to municipal powers, it does not give the board the ability to interpret state regulations or to vote willfully to violate the law or the statutes. The gravity of this situation isn't remediated simply by waiting until the next election, in my opinion. It's a level of arrogance by the Board of Finance that voted against the advice of counsel. And I think that's egregious, and it completely erodes the confidence in the board's ability to efficiently and effectively make decisions and fairly represent the profile of the voters of this town. Unfortunately, the members of the board who clearly expressed concern for the motion that was ultimately passed, and in my opinion, again, overstepped their elected capacity, are now subject to those reckless actions. And that's what they were. They were reckless actions, and they shouldn't be held responsible. In closing, I'd respectfully ask for the legal opinion. I see he's still on the call and in the meeting. For a legal opinion from regarding firstly, what recourse the town has for the recent actions of the Board of Finance, as well as implications for the members of the Board of Finance who blatantly chose to disregard your opinion, and whether or not they would be subject to Section 7-349, the penalty section, which speaks to any officer in violation of any provision of this chapter, which causes the town to expend funds outside of the guidelines given, if they would be subject to civil action in the name of the town. That would be number one. And the next would be your opinion on the minority representation statute that I raised, because it seems to me that it's pretty explicit that you have to have minority representation in the alternate arena as well. And lastly, I would ask if the text messages exchanged between board members while conducting business during an open meeting is subject to the Freedom of Information Act. Thank you all.
Thank you, Pam. I think there was at least one or two questions relative to this. Attorney Keppel.
Hi. The texting, I haven't, I'm not sure. I think people should communicate, since the deliberations of a public body are supposed to be in the sunshine and in public. That's why there's not supposed to be communication between commission members, board members in between meetings. I think it would be inappropriate to be communicating, especially about the substance of a matter, during the pendency of a meeting. Then I think on the minority representation question for the caller, I respectfully take a different view about the fact that this is a 6-person board by statute. The statute describes it as a 6-person board. So for 9-167 purposes, it's a 6-person body, not an 8-person body. And one of my colleagues happened to confer with the secretary, someone at the Secretary of State's office about the topic of the relationship between the alternates and the the full members. And it gets confusing because the statute and your ordinance authorize alternates to function when they're seated like regular members have the full powers. So it's kind of a little odd arrangement, but basically they're considered for I believe, and the Secretary of State's office apparently agrees, as a separate body. So basically, you would measure the compliance with 9-167A based on a 6-person body, but there can't be more than 4 rather than an 8-person body. And then the first question, I honestly, one thing I've learned in my 30 years of representing towns, I don't like to render opinions about topics that I haven't examined, and I have not come across in my 30 years the impact of 7-349 and the civil liability question. So my point to the board earlier was that I just want to caution the board about being careful not to get themselves and the town, especially, in a jam by violating 9-167A and having 5 people vote. Whether that gives rise to civil liability, I will just share that 25 years ago, there was the only example I've seen of personal liability and civil liability for the conduct of municipal boards and commission members. And I'm not saying it hasn't happened, but the more famous ones was a planning, zoning, and wetlands matter down in the other side of the state, where basically there was some very outrageous behavior by an inland wetlands commission. They went, and multiple members of the inland wetlands commission who were opposed to a project went and railed against the project at a planning and zoning commission meeting. And then when the project came before them, they sat and voted like they were neutral parties, and they were sued, and they were found to be initially personally liable for hundreds of thousands of dollars. But then the judgment was overturned. So my point being, there's got to, for there to be personal liability, there has to be, a significantly grievous behavior. So, but I'm not really beyond that prepared to comment about the implications of 7-349.
All right, relative to those comments, I mean, just as the chair of Board of Finance had brought forward, that we cannot build in a known prejudice against fair representation, nor do members of the board have the right to collude outside of a board meeting. And that is an FOI violation. And individuals who are found to violate that will be brought to answer to it. I think we're still on public. I don't know if there was 1 or 2 more, Christine.
There are 5 people with their hands up right now.
Okay. Board of Finance members, you're not going to be recognized until we get through public. Go ahead.
Tula, go ahead.
Tula, we know you're up, but we can't hear you. Check your mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there you go. We got
Okay,
you.
sorry. Tula Balistrassi, 26 Cedar Drive. Full disclosure, I am the chair for the Democratic Town Committee. I have a couple concerns. I feel that this is not a healthy board, and I'm concerned that the committee fails to recognize the importance of having a well-rounded board. You're not fairly representing the taxpayers when it's so lopsided. I'm concerned that Mike Anderson doesn't get to pick his alternate. You're taking that right away from him. The nomination that was made last week, the floor wasn't even open to nomination. So I feel like it was very orchestrated, and you didn't give the other 3 candidates a fair opportunity to even introduce themselves to the board. And when you do that, you're discouraging people from serving. This is why people don't step forward. They don't want to be involved in this political drama. And we've always struggled to get people to join committees and boards. And this is the reason why people don't. They don't want to be involved in this. You know, you go against the town attorney's opinion. Why are we getting an opinion if we're going to go against it? You know, why are we getting alternates that we may or may not be able to use? You know, you're filling this vacancy, and I urge you, you know, going forward, when you're filling vacancies, you really need to consider whether or not it's in the best interest of the town and the board. You're hiring somebody basically, and you shouldn't just be hiring your friends. You should be vetting people. You should be giving everyone a fair opportunity. And that's my 2 cents.
So noted, Tula, appreciate your input. Thank you. Next, Christine.
Bill Ricker, you're recognized. You just need to unmute, Bill.
Hi, Bill Ricker, Wyassup Road.
Gotcha. Hi, Bill.
Those of you who have heard me speak publicly over the years have heard me champion fair and honest government, even supporting candidates from both parties who I feel are best for the town. I don't think that has happened with this recent appointment. I don't want to see any suit brought against the town or the Board of Finance. There's an issue that I've always operated on, which is both morally and ethically acting. And I'm asking the Board of Selectmen and the Board of Finance to give that moral and ethical consideration to represent all town voters. All of the legal implications have already been shared. I need not repeat that, nor take more of your time, but I ask you to be fair to the whole town. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Bill. Any other public, Christine?
Yep, I just recognized one.
I see the name. I don't know if they've contacted though, made the connection.
Can you say your name?
Hi, this is Jessica Deary.
Okay,
Can you
Jessica, we hear you.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure what more I can add. I mean, everybody has pretty much kind of said what I've wanted to say as I was waiting in queue. I'm just kind of, I mean, we were going on almost, 2.5 hours, and it feels like a lot of these meetings just go in circles and in circles and in circles, and things are not accomplished. And I think that that's a frustration for many. I know it's a frustration of mine. We had an attorney, very respectable person for 30 years serving the community, for Republican, Democrat, just trying to answer questions. And I felt like his knowledge should have been more appreciated and taken, instead of we spent almost an hour and a half just questioning his interpretation of the law, which is what we hired him to do as taxpayers. And again, I feel like I just want to know, what is the process going to be for the community to know what happens after the situation with the Board of Finance is looked into, and how will the public be notified of the remedy to that, so that all parties are represented equally. As of right now, from what I gather from the conversations, Mike Anderson, who's a Democrat, does not have an alternative. So how is the Democratic Party going to be represented? And how is the public going to be notified of that resolution, and what was looked into and what is going to happen from that? Thank you.
Thanks for your input, Jessica. I mean, I think in having the attorney here tonight, we're sharing all of that information and knowledge so that we can move forward in a way that's appropriate for the Board of Finance and the town as a whole. Any other, Christine?
Yep. Sarah Nelson.
Hi, thanks for the forum. Just for full disclosure, I think everyone heard my name at the beginning of the public comments, and I do want to say, in regards to the comments from one of the voters at the beginning of the call, absolutely no place for obscenity in a public forum. So I want to apologize for that. I do want to say, though, it is a bit unfortunate that the process went a little out of order. It would have been great if the legal advice and if the attorney was invited to speak to the board before the board's alternate position was voted on. In terms of the way the process evolved to nominate the position of the alternate, I feel that the town really missed out on an opportunity to participate in a very transparent and equitable process to vet the candidates. For the replacement of an elected position, it would have seemed reasonable to have mutually agreed, all board members to have mutually agreed on the process and how to proceed. I know this board is comprised of some very talented, competent, and smart individuals. And as elected officials, if you wanted to ensure the town had visibility to the candidate's skills and experience, I have absolutely no doubt that with a little thoughtful debate, you could have achieved it. And you could have decided on a fair and transparent process that all members could have agreed to. I think it is a reasonable expectation that voter input would have been heard and considered as part of the selection, and a reasonable expectation that if there was a disagreement on how to interpret the statute that the attorney could have been brought in for discussion. As elected officials, you have the responsibility to represent the town, the entire town, all of the voters, Democrat, Republic, unaffiliated, or otherwise. I urge you going forward to put party lines aside and truly work as a team to make this important decision.
Great. Thank you, Sarah. I think if there had not been a concern, we wouldn't have invited Attorney Keppel tonight. So thank you. And any other public comments?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Joe, go ahead.
All right, I just unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes,
we can hear you, Joe. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I felt sitting here listening to most of the comments tonight, so that's what I'm coming on. Everybody knows I do not believe in the two-party system anymore. I had the chance at one time, which was my heart and soul was being on the Board of Finance. And at that time, we had the equal representation, so I went down and became a Democrat. And they were very upset because the guy that they had, they didn't want me on. So I got to the meeting and I just said, take me off and let them put him on. Two-party system, what I'm relating to, does not necessarily mean you get the best qualified individual on that board. That decision that that party made was wrong because the guy wasn't around more than 6 months after. I believe, Dan, I think that all members of the public should be heard. There should not be a time limit as long as there's a general conversation going on and it's a constructive one. There should not be a time limit put on to hear just a few people when out there. However, my main comment tonight is when you hear the hearings of what's going on and the feelings of the people with the Board of Finance and everything, once again, I strongly recommend we get Chris from where she's at and get her into there as a financial planner and get the doggone board straightened out. I think most comments you heard tonight was not favorable of the board. They did not turn down any individual. We do have good individuals on the board, but to my knowledge, we still only have, if I'm not mistaken, please correct me, we have maybe six policies and we don't have any procedures as far as to read our reference on our board other than going to a state statute. Am I correct with that?
Most of the actions are governed by state statute, Joe. Yes.
All right, that's all my comment is. I feel very strong, very, very strong. We've got to get Chris from where she's at and get her into the board and allow her to get going. And I'll provide anything I can do to help her do anything. She's been very cooperative. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. As you may or may not know, we haven't seen you at the Board of Finance meetings in recent times, but Christine Diaz is at every Board of Finance meeting.
Okay, it looks like we have one more public comment. So again, please, last call, public comment. Okay, Chris, go ahead.
My name is Chris Nelson on Dennison Hill Road in North Stonington. One comment and then one question. The comment echoing what Tula and Jess and several others have said, and Beth, it just feels very like a disingenuous political shell game that both Ann and Carolyn have now casually mentioned, that they switched parties to make a publicly held position more viable for them. And that now that there's an opportunity to right a wrong, or however you want to put it, to make this new board nomination whole, that they can just switch parties again. To Tula's point, these are the types of things that discourage people from wanting to run for public boards. I know that I don't want to run for a public board because these politics just feel shady to me. That aside, my question is, I would like clarity on whether or not the Board of Finance votes on any budgetary matters for the Economic Development Commission. Do you guys vote or approve budgets for the Economic Development Commission?
That would be correct, Chris.
Okay. So if that is the case, is it not a clear conflict of interest that Brett now sits on both boards and chairs one of them? And it's nothing against Brett personally. I would say it against anyone who sat on both. It just feels like that should not be allowed. And if so, I'd be curious to know if Brett plans on resigning his board seat on the Economic Development Commission. Thank you. That's my question.
Thank you. I mean, I think, there's always a sense that knowledge from one commission to another or one board to another in overlap can be helpful, but it doesn't mean that it obviates potentially a conflict of interest. So well noted, Chris.
Well, I would like to point out, though, that, Brett called out Attorney Keppel for a conflict of interest because he's been affiliated with a Democratic Party. Is it not along those same lines to say that it's a conflict of interest, or take it with a grain of salt, if Brett has the ability to vote on matters over a board that he chairs?
Sure. So noted. That's what you heard. So, rather than make comment, we're good. Any other public?
Two more. I have Charlie Steinhardt the fourth.
Okay, good evening. I've been listening to the, seems to be major concern about the alternate position more to pass a budget without a meeting. But I take a second for everybody to remember, we had a planning and zoning member, Diana Urban, who was voted in as a Republican. She, during her term, switched to become a Democrat. There wasn't no one raised really an issue about it compared to what's going on now. And the other thing to remember is the alternates, whichever one is there, both or neither, aren't seated until there's an issue with a quorum. And Dan, I believe the quorum is 4, right?
Board of Finance 4 makes a quorum.
Okay, so you would need 3 people only to be there for an alternate to be seated. So, when was the last time that's happened?
Well, before we had alternates, it happened a lot. And I think the issue at hand, Charlie, is that could we be prejudiced against an alternate that could be minority representation and not have their voice heard? So, I think that's the issue.
True. The solution to that would be if the minority represented people, both of them didn't show up, you could not vote, right? That would lock you from voting anything.
If we had a quorum still, we could make a vote. However,
so
if alternates were in attendance, we could not have a 5th Republican in the case that we've been talking about.
But you could have the 4 Republicans there.
That's true.
Okay. So I think we're running around in circles a little bit on it. When in fact, if the 4 Republicans that won the positions are there, if you're still allowed to vote without Mr. Anderson or Carolyn there, then a little confused on what the issue would be then. If 4 is your cutoff number.
I think what Charlie is talking about, is there a mandate to seat an alternate?
True. And that's basically, it's something that needs to be thought about between the attorney, I understand the angst about possibly 2. Let's be real about it. One of the alternates isn't around, hasn't been around when I was on the Board of Finance. So, I mean, it's a shame there's not a way to undo that. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Charlie. Is there anything in that Attorney Keppel that is worth noting?
No, just except that Mr. Steinhardt's right that, 4 Republicans or 3 Republicans and a Democrat or the unaffiliated can certainly conduct business. It's just that if either the unaffiliated or the Democrat can't make a meeting, let's say both happen to be that both couldn't make it, then only the 4 Republicans and not any more, not the 5th or the 6th Republican alternates could participate. And so the problem that creates is you're basically building in an incapacity, an underperformance of, you're building in that only 2/3 of the body can participate of the potential body can participate in decision making, so, which we've covered.
Okay, so his answer is that there's not a mandate to seat the alternate, but there's still a prejudice that you have a majority that is obviating a voice of a minority or potential minority.
Right.
Okay, it looks like we have one more.
Okay, one more.
Pam or Joe Potemry?
Hi there, Joe Potemry, Pinecrest Road. My question is for Mr. Keppel. I just want to be sure of my understanding. As far as representation goes, you represent the party you were elected as you were affiliated with when you were elected. If you choose to unaffiliate, you have to file with the Board of Canvassers. And then once that file is observed, there's a 90-day window. So you can't unaffiliate until that 90 days has passed. Is that correct?
Yeah, I said earlier, I am not as fluent as I could be, I guess, on the nuances of registration, switching parties, all of that. The registrars would be the go-to people. So basically, someone would, yeah, if they change their affiliation, they would have to do so in accordance with state voter registration law. That's all I can tell you.
And I think, Joe, relative to the question, it kind of was brought up at one point earlier that we do want to get clarification and we will go to the state to get definition. Yeah, it's a good point. Thank you.
And it's unfortunate that some members of the board are annoyed by this conversation, but I think it's been overwhelming from the people that have made public comment that what you did, what members of the board did was at least visibly underhanded. And you can debate all you want, and it would be up to attorneys and the courts to decide what's correct and incorrect. But in my opinion, this is a matter of what the public perception is. And one member even dropped off the meeting. I guess he was annoyed as well.
No, I was putting my son to bed.
Okay, thank you, Joe, for the comment. And again, relative to this whole issue, I mean, confidence of the constituency, the taxpayers of the Board of Finance is certainly a very, very strong consideration. So I think we're done with the public. Okay. Again, I'd like to thank the attendance of Attorney Keppel. Next on our agenda is the review of the public hearing. And I'm hoping that all of you were on it. I mean, I did make copious notes. I think that what I heard majority is weed mitigation seemed to be quite important. There were 10 individuals who cited that, who came in on public comment. There was a level of support for per diem firefighters of 5. I think most of them were recognizing names, firefighters, volunteer firefighters. And there were 3 on land acquisition, increasing our contribution to that fund, which we have done historically. So, Carolyn Howell.
Did everyone receive the email from Sandy? I have it here somewhere. There was someone from the public that wrote a lengthy email. Sandy Namaske.
Yeah, don't read the whole email. I mean, you can give us a synopsis. I did read it, yes. Mhm.
So is this going to be part of the public record? I'm just curious because in past, it seems that there's been letters that have been presented to the Board of Finance and they're not there. Maybe Attorney Keppel could speak to that as well since he's still on our call.
We do archive everything that comes in to North Stonington Gov email. I think that particular contributor was talking about not being able to pay taxes.
Right, she had concerns.
Trying to sell the farm that they're on and so forth, yeah.
She had concerns about the expenses and she also spoke in favor of per diem. You know, it's quite lengthy, so I was just curious if everyone had had a chance to read it.
Yeah, I certainly did, and I did add her number in on the weighing of per diem firefighters.
Read it as well, Carolyn.
Is there anybody else that wanted to be recognized in terms of what you heard in public hearing? I mean, am I giving you a bit of a short synopsis of what was weighted in terms of comments? Paul?
Oh, I agree, Dan. It seemed like there was a lot of residents around lakes or even users of the lakes that thought that the weed mitigation was very important for not just those close residents, but the folks around town that use those lakes. So seeing that there was a lot of conversation about that. Am I
As you
correct
recall, just for the benefit of the members, you know, don't have recollection, that was $15,000.
Right, and that never made it to us, right? That was value engineered off the Board of Selectmen budget before we got it. That wasn't one of the cuts that we made. We as Board of Finance.
No, we did not make that cut. No.
Okay. Yeah. So again, that was most of the conversation I heard. There were some comments about the Board of Education budget. I thought the Board of Ed did a great job, and well, let's see, get a number that we can agree upon. So thought people were satisfied with that. Don't recall a lot of other major concerns coming out of that meeting. But again, sorry if I missed one or two.
Yeah, I think if we can talk about the weed mitigation, I know it was well reviewed by the Board of Selectmen. And, you know, I think we heard enough and understand the rationale of having that in the budget or having them come forward for an appropriation. So I don't know if members of the Board of Selectmen would like to, they vetted it perhaps more than we in terms of what's happened historically.
We did talk about it, and I would say, and I'll defer to my counterparts, but just, I think after the first iteration of the budget went through, or not the first, I don't remember which iteration, but we had enough feedback that I think our board was considering putting it back in. And then of course, I think we knew public hearing was coming. So, you know, kind of waiting to see what was there, but certainly Nita, I don't know if you want to weigh in on that topic. Bob?
I agree with everything that Mike just said, although it was also
fact that one of the lakes hadn't been done last summer, I believe, and they were just going to be done now. And so we thought, there was something from that also.
How about you, Bob? Anything
Yeah,
that?
I would say that as we tried to keep the budget as palatable as possible, that was one of the things that did come out. We probably didn't have as much information on it at the time as we do now that we've had. That's what public hearings are for, right? So you can learn. So if the Board of Finance was to add it back in, I wouldn't be against that.
Nor I.
I'd like to put forward a motion that weed mitigation of 15,000 be put back into the budget for fiscal year 2020-21.
Second.
Second.
Who was the second? Dan Smith? Two Dans.
Dan can have it.
Okay.
I'll own it.
Any further discussion there? I think Dan's
I think
a bass fisherman. Yep, Mike.
The gentleman had talked about, I think the most prudent reason to do this is we've been doing it for a couple of years now and it's working. And to stop the weed mitigation now would send the progress that we've had so far backwards that it's kind of foolish to do so. So I think that was the biggest comment that I heard that convinced me to think that this is something that should go forward.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was caught by that too, that it's a hard thing to catch up on once you've lapsed. And the other, which really struck a chord with me, is that we pride ourselves on the water that we have in North Stonington, particularly our lakes. Ann Aiken, you're recognized.
Do I understand correctly that the lake residents fund part of the weed mitigation themselves and the town picks up part of that cost?
Yes,
But it's a
I
split.
understand. The association, lake associations participate in that. And maybe one of the selectmen have more definition in terms of their level of contribution.
I don't have anything more definite than what you've just mentioned, Dan, with me. I don't know if Christine has anything additional. I don't think so.
All right. I think what we do have agreement on, at least consensus before the vote, that $15,000 to cover the 3 lakes for weed mitigation has merit. So any other discussion items to that? All right, if we can bring it to a vote. Unfortunately, I've got to poll you. So if I can start with Ann Aiken.
Aye.
Okay, that was a yes. Carolyn Howell.
Yes.
Dan Smith.
Yep.
Okay, Paul Simon.
Aye.
Mike Anderson.
Aye.
Okay, and Dan Spring votes yes, so it passes unanimously 6-0-0. So Christine Diaz, you'll note that. Okay. Yes, Brett.
I just have a question about the process, just so we're all on the same page. I know I can't vote, but I can be part of discussion. What do you foresee the process being tonight and then in the future? Are you trying to resolve this all tonight, the budget?
I think we're going to see if we get there. I think we listened to Attorney Keppel and what the order from the governor is. And, what I was hearing, I think all others heard the same, is that we shall move forward, at least Board of Selectmen authorizing to Board of Finance to adopt the budget. Now, whether or not we all have a sense of, have we had enough public comment? I mean, I tried to take as much time as we had available to us tonight as we did, even though it got limited for a public hearing, but we've encouraged that. So let's see where we get to.
All right, can I just give you a few pieces of information that I found out doing some research? And this is just, like I said, I might have missed a few towns, but there's about 55 or so statutory towns in Connecticut, meaning we're not chartered. And out of that, quite a few haven't.
Dan, I'm sorry, point of order, we're not on that item yet. That item is number 6 on the agenda. Are we done with discussions about the budget?
No,
This is about the budget.
Well, I
Mike,
think
I'm
we were
sorry.
still listening to what we heard in public comment and whether or not that should be considered for budget amendment. And so we got to the first item, which we found the waiting, which was weed mitigation. The second item introduced was the per diem firefighter or firefighters.
So I can't. I just wanted to just give some insight of what I saw regarding budget and budget increases when they haven't gone to a town vote, just so it's in the back of people's minds as you guys vote on that. And I mean, I would have said it during public comments if I could have spoke.
I'm happy to hear that information. I'd like to just get through public comments. We just got a couple more to see if there was enough emphasis on those to have them considered for the budget. And we're talking about
Dan,
firefighters.
just for right now, can I just pop in here for a second?
Sure.
I mean, we're
Is it
on,
the public
we had,
hearing?
it has to do with the public comment
Yeah.
and Attorney Keppel's opinion and the fact that there's a lot of people that chimed in, and I'm going to include myself in there, that the vote for Brett, with all due respect to him, he's a friend of mine and I respect his opinion, and I respect the fact that he is always willing to try to put forth his efforts to the town, that his election was kind of railroaded through this board. And until Ann Aiken changes her affiliation, I have great reservations about the fact that I cannot exercise my statutory right to designate an alternate if I'm not able to make a meeting. So I feel obligated to make a motion to rescind the vote from last week and open this thing back up to other applicants before we have any further discussion, because Brett's, as our policy has been, the alternate is very much allowed to express their opinion that's going to influence policy of this board. And it's been the policy of this board to seat an alternate, even though they're not needed to create the quorum, because we think that their voices are valid and should be allowed to vote on matters of record when other seated board members are absent. So we have to have this discussion. We have to have this discussion now, particularly before this very important discussion about per diem firemen. I don't know what his opinions are on that matter, but before he's allowed to express them or to influence us on that issue, we need to face the elephant in the room of whether or not his appointment to this board was legitimate. So I move to rescind the vote to appoint him to the alternate position.
I've already been sworn in. I don't know if that's legal. It's just like an elected official at that point. But we have
you
the
should
attorney
resign.
on.
You should resign until Ann changes her affiliation.
There wasn't an alternate that was a non-Republican prior, Mike. My kids were watching this tonight, and I have to say, there's been an attack towards me since the election, from our first meeting of EDC, where I tried to get overthrown as EDC chair. There's been a constant attack, but in the face of things, it's about working together. And I can tell you, with 13 years putting a lot of time into this town, I've worked across party lines. I'm moderate. I think what's going on here isn't, you might hear a lot. We almost heard from every member of the DTC tonight that called in. But if you look at your own things that have happened, this changed when we had a resignation from the treasurer's role. I don't know if anybody wanted to call in back then, but when there was a Republican that resigned from the treasurer's role, there was no discussion about that. A Democrat was put in her place. And then recently, with the new treasurer's position, when there was a resignation, there was no real discussion. Nobody was brought in, and that's a paid elected official. So the selectmen had a choice to either temporarily appoint someone, which they did until the next special election, or call for a special election for an elected position that just started. So I just want to say this started a long time ago.
If I could call a point of order,
happening here
please.
tonight is very biased.
Okay, we're not talking about the town treasurer. We're talking about Board of Finance business.
It's all relative, Dan. And you as
if I
well
can-
as any know
if I
how
can-
people on the
if I
board
can- if I can-
yourself has been on and off many times.
If I can finish, Brett. I think there was some data that, we thought would be germane to the situation, particularly Ann Aiken's thought. We were going to clear that with the state. So we don't have that data yet, Mike, and I think, I'd like to have all the pieces of this issue brought on the tables before we bring it to a vote. If the vote should fail, where does that put us? So, I really would like to have some more hard facts, even though Attorney Keppel brought a lot to the table that heretofore was not as clear as it was tonight. In fairness to Mike, he did put a motion to the floor. It's his choice to either have it withdrawn or a second to the motion. Is there a consideration for you to withdraw the motion, Mike?
If the rest of my board members feel like this is fine by them, I am a consensus builder, I think, and I'll withdraw the motion. I just hope that you guys realize,
Mike, I would,
what you've done.
I would second your motion. In fact, I will second your motion.
Okay.
And then in the discussion, as I said earlier, there's data, I think, that needs to be developed that could be germane to the issue at hand. Any other?
I think maybe the attorney needs to weigh in on this. I'm sworn in just like I was elected at this point. So just like you can't get rid of the alternate that's been seated already through the election process, no laws were violated. We had word from the town clerk that this could happen. I took a Republican's alternate spot. I think now you guys are really opening up a large can of worms and some potential issues.
I think the town attorney had to step away for a moment. He will be back on it, I think.
I'm here, Mike.
Oh, okay. I know, I don't know if you heard, there was a motion and a second. Did you hear?
I did.
Nick? Oh,
I did.
okay, I'll be quiet. So basically Brett's saying that he was sworn in and that even with what you had brought forward with the concerns from bond counsel, the state attorney and yourself, there's a motion to rescind his appointment. Can you weigh in on the legality of that for the board? And if you can't, not to put you on the spot, but.
Yeah. To me, the biggest concern is essentially the disregard of 7-340 A about alternates, that by filling the second alternate position with another Republican, it takes away the ability of the unaffiliated or the Democrat to have a substitute, because the only substitute that they could pick with the appointment of the two Republicans, the second Republican, is a member who would violate 9-167A. So I think it was an improper. I advised against it. I think it was an improper action. And Mr. Mastriani, there may have been two Republicans before, but I'm not sure that was when there were four members, four Republican members. So he has not commenced his service yet. He's been sworn in, but I think the bigger issue than his status is the fact that neither either Mr. Anderson or Ms. Aiken, they are powerless. They cannot exercise the authority that the statute gives them, and that's wrong. That's a problem. Further, the backup in 340, is for the full. If the individual doesn't pick their sub, then the full panel, the full body picks the sub. And similarly, the board is being stripped of their ability to pick a substitute, because they can't pick a substitute which would violate if the only alternative is to pick a Republican and make this all presumes that the four are seated, then that's taking away the board's ability to pick a substitute, both of which are and then the resulting effect is you don't pick an alternate, and then you function underrepresented at either five or four or five people. So
if there were two vacancies prior, if there were two members that didn't show up prior, there were only two Republicans before that would have been able to be seated. So if the independent or unaffiliated and the Democrat didn't show up, there were only Republicans to pick from anyways. So you're saying that over the past how many years that this has happened, that there's been, and if you look through the logs, this has happened countless times. So you're going to call into question every decision that was ever made and voted on prior. I mean, we had legal opinions when Mr. Spring was seated as a full member at an uncalled special meeting, and we had a legal opinion then that it said shall, it didn't say must. There was so many legal opinions that called into question any decisions made since then or prior to then. So I really have a hard time with you stating it like this, when this has been a situation in the past when there were only two Republicans to pick from, and if the unaffiliated and the Democrat didn't show up, they only had Republicans to choose from.
But they didn't have a four Republican. They hadn't reached their max in those earlier.
In our history of the Board of Finance, yes, that has happened.
Well, then they violated. All I know is that
they weren't seated. They weren't seated as an acting member for that meeting.
And the Secretary of State's office, bond counsel, the town clerk, and the town attorney have all said that you shouldn't.
Mr. Keppel, that is not true. The town clerk, we have an email, and I've spoke to her as well, but there's an email that says I can be seated or put in as an alternate and take that position. I cannot be seated if there are four members seated currently on the board during a meeting. Our town clerk is our voice. That is our person who handles all our elections in town, all the candidates.
Right. What I'm saying is the town clerk checked with the Secretary of State's office and confirmed that you can't have five Republicans serve on this board. And because you can't, and the bond counsel agrees with that, I take that position. So you can't have, we begin with the fact that you can't have a situation in which a fifth Republican joins the four regular members.
Correct. Nobody is
so-
debating about being
But
seated.
the problem is 7-348. If you take it that you can't have as a given to begin with, that you can't have a fifth functioning seated Republican, the problem with picking a second Republican as an alternate is that when Mr. Anderson or Ms. Aiken can't make a meeting and they want to find a substitute, they are unable to do so. So their statutory right to pick their substitute is taken away by action of impaneling, picking a second Republican. The statute says
they didn't have that option prior to this.
Well, I can't speak to that. I was asked to opine about this particular situation. And to me, it's a problem for the board that the two, in particular, the two members. Obviously, if a Republican doesn't make the meeting, they can sub one of the two alternates. That's not a problem. But the predicament that's created by the appointment of the second Republican is that the unaffiliated and the Democrat, when they wish to pick their alternate to sub in for them, aside from the fact that, obviously part of the rationale for minority representation is to have, representation of other parties or not be predominated by one party. But it's a problem, I believe, that even though the problem can be solved by only functioning with 4 people, that there are two effects that are problematic about that. That one is that you're taking away the power of the individual member to pick a successor, or the board to pick a substitute, and you're building in underrepresentation for the townspeople on the Board of Finance. You're condemning the board to be functioning on 5 cylinders instead of 6 cylinders, and that's just to me bad policy, bad.
But it's not illegal. Mr. Keppel, it's not against the law. And
It is illegal. It is illegal, in my opinion, to strip. There's a statute that gives Mr. Anderson the ability to pick, and Ms. Aiken, the ability to pick a substitute.
I
It's a
understand that,
statutory
but
right. And you're taking.
I'm not gonna. I won't argue anymore about it. But our town clerk did weigh in on this issue as well, and she got word from this Secretary of State's office. I also talked to our senator regarding it, and she's looking into it too. But this seems like a witch hunt at this point. And it's a matter of your opinion and your ethics on what your party platform is. And I guess it would come down to a judge, but just like you made the statement that we could not get Mr. Hunt to resign once he was seated and elected, you're now saying that I've been sworn in and you can remove someone from that position.
All right, Brett, I think you've had your word. I think in that you've tried to do the discovery that you have, innately, that there's a problem. And I don't think you need to bring in Attorney Keppel's perceived bias, and it's not fair, and that's
I absolutely do, because it is a perceived bias, and I did do my
right,
due
now you're
diligence.
stepping out of bounds, Brett. I'm going to save you. Stop. And you're recognized.
Nick, did you give an answer as to the legality of the motion? I didn't catch it if you did.
Yes, I think it's a proper motion because of the problem it's created by the action of appointing the second Republican. I think it had the effect of taking away your and Mr. Anderson's ability to exercise your right under 7-340, and I think that's wrong and problematic and improper. You have the right to pick a successor, and with 2 Republicans, you can't do that. there's no,
For the benefit of the minutes, he's referring to Carolyn Howell, not Ann Aiken.
my apologies.
Carolyn, discussion relative to the motion.
So just for clarification, before, we still had 2 Republicans because Ann Aiken was a Republican and she was elected as a Republican, and Chris Hunt is also a Republican. He was elected as a Republican. So that has not changed.
But Mr. Rajab wasn't, you didn't have 4 regular member Republicans at the time, correct?
No, I think we did.
We had Mike Anderson, yourself, and Mustafa Ratib, and then 3 Republicans.
Well, I recall having a similar situation in a prior, board, but
We're talking about now, Carolyn.
okay, well, I'm still processing all of this. I still have, I had another question too. When we got the 3 applicants initially, it was Sean Murphy, it was Brett Mastriani, and I think it was Sarah Nelson. And you spoke and said that Sarah had put conflicting information on her application, that she was one, either Democrat or unaffiliated or vice versa, and that wasn't correct. And so it was my understanding that if that was the case, then that would void an application. Is that correct? If there's false information on, whether it was intended or not. I'm just saying it was my understanding that if information was incorrect on an application, that it would be voided. And so initially there would have only been 2 applicants.
Well, there would have been 3. Joseph Wotemery.
Initially, and then I think our selectmen began to solicit other applicants.
If I recall how things processed, there was an attempt to shut down the window for applicants.
Was this in addition to the agenda on this special meeting? I didn't know we can add additions to the agenda. It
The
seems like
special
this
meeting, the special meeting was Board of Selectmen meeting, not Board of Finance.
So when you do additions to the agenda in the beginning of the meeting, not halfway through it?
I made a motion based upon the public comment, which is on the agenda.
Okay.
Any other discussion relative to the motion?
Just that I heard the attorney say words like maybe inappropriate, problematic, but I've never heard illegal. So this board didn't do anything illegal. Is that correct, Attorney Keppel?
I think it is in violation of the statute to take away, to disregard the provision of 7-340A, which affords an alternate the ability to pick the successor. When you take that away, I think you're violating the statute. So,
and that's why that's a legal opinion, but our clerk weighed in on it, who's in charge of making sure our parties are represented and people are seated correctly. It comes down to our town clerk. Is that not correct, Mr. Keppel?
actually, my experience is that when the Secretary of State has a question about local law about an election, they'll share their view, but they defer to the town attorney. So I'm not sure. I think Antoinette was particularly concerned about the implications of having potentially a 5th member seated, and that was her focus. I'm not sure that she considered the implications of that provision of 7-340A that I'm citing.
This is your legal opinion, not a judge's decision, correct?
That's always going to be the case whenever you get advice from a town attorney.
Okay.
All right, any other discussion? Mike, this is a motion for a Board of Finance individual, so I can't include you in part of the discussion. Mike Anderson?
Dan, I'm going to suggest that I'm going to withdraw my motion. and this is what I'm going to suggest. I'm going to suggest we change this ordinance regarding alternates to have 3 alternates. So we can try to have 3 members of the public represent the alternate's position with 2 maximum from one party per 9-167A. Because to board members' point, there has been 2 members in the past from one party. So with regard to Attorney Keppel's opinion, I do think, and I feel like my statutory right has been violated in this situation. But to the board members' point that, there was Republicans before. So, I mean, I really never had a chance to be able to designate someone from my own party, or an unaffiliated person, or somebody with, maybe different views than from on the right. But in this specific special circumstance we're finding ourselves in now, which is really the only reason why this is being brought up, the fact that we have 4 sitting Republicans as we stand, it's particularly troublesome now. And it goes back to my point, and I think Dan's your point, that just because we can, fellow board members, doesn't mean we should. And I'm disappointed, extremely disappointed in this board's move last week. And, I don't know how long I'm going to feel this way, but you guys all should be ashamed of yourselves. But Brett, I value your opinions. I value as a friend, and, I'm not here to make you look bad in front of your kids. I love your kids. Your kids go to school with my kids. This is not about our friendship. This is about doing what right by the taxpayers, which, Carolyn, you have constantly said, I'm all about the taxpayers. I'm all about the taxpayers. And that's not happening right now. So live with your decision. Brett, welcome aboard. Let's figure this out.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Relative to this whole discussion, there's still points of data we're going to get to from the Secretary of State. Also, I would inform you, Mike, that a change in a town ordinance has to go to a town meeting. And Aiken.
That's fine. Let's do it.
I was just going to say, I don't have a problem taking a step back and giving all of the applicants a chance to speak, to have their voices heard, to have us hear their points of view. If that is going to settle a lot of this debate, I'm okay with doing that.
Well, that goes back to his motion.
Correct.
And I really appreciate that, and I really do. I mean that. I think the point right now, to Brett's point about he was appointed, he was sworn in. I don't want to open up any can of worms that's going to sully this board's reputation any further or cause some type of legal challenge. I think the way to go going forward is to try to change this ordinance by town vote to include 3 board members so we can have more diverse representation on this alternate position. So,
and I think another action that could happen, and I've kept you up to date as to my correspondence to our ineffective and non-present alternate, Mr. Chris Hunt. I'm happy to go to his home and speak with him. If he were to resign, that opens up an alternate slot. And on that, I would lean on the chair of the Republican Town Committee.
And Dan, I agree with you. And I have asked for him to resign prior, months and months ago. And I continue to do that every time I see him. And Mike, I am in full support of 3 alternates. I've never, I might be chair of the Republican Town Committee, but I've never not worked across the aisle. So part of me is really taking offense at this, but I also understand where you're coming from, Mike. And I would be in support of that ordinance change, but I will continue, and I can make that pledge to all of you, that I will keep reaching out to Mr. Hunt and ask him to resign. So then that spot is available.
Okay, Carolyn, I think you had your hand up for a while, then I'll come to you, Dan.
I just want to say that I am in support of changing the ordinance to allow for 3 alternates. I do wish that Chris Hunt would resign because he has not been coming to meetings or, participating in any way for a very long time. But I also think, to the point that some of the public made in their comments tonight, that there should be clarity as to what other boards people are serving on. I mean, everyone is being critical of Brett, but there's also other people who are sitting on this board who are sitting on other boards, or they're related to people that are on other boards. And I think that the public should be aware of that so they know, this information. I mean, whether or not, it's relevant or not, I just think for clarity and for openness, I think that the public should know, where our family members are serving the town and what capacity, especially since we are making budgetary decisions. I mean, everyone knows where I sit and knows what I'm affiliated with. And I think that it should be the same for all of our members. And that's just my opinion.
Okay, one thing I would say to that is that as chair of the Board of Finance, and I don't say this lightly, is that I honor and solicit the voice opinion of each of you. However, I don't want to have to remind any of you that as a group, collectively, we represent the Board of Finance for the town of North Stonington. And I think within that, there has to be some level of collaboration and cooperation. So make no mistake about that.
I agree with that, but I wish that our board would be represented when you put together agendas for our meetings. That's not being done. And I really, I've requested it multiple times in writing. And it seems that it's just continues to be an issue. It's just like.
What are you saying? What are you saying, Carolyn? Just so I'm clear on what you're saying.
That when we put together agendas, if there's going to be changes and things like tonight, we were supposed to be deliberating over the budget. And here we are. I mean, it's almost 10 o'clock at night. We've been here for almost 3 hours and we've only discussed one item, which is the weed control, which.
Okay. I'll remind you that the responsibility of the chair is to bring forth the agenda and to bring in resources that serve the agenda, and that we had questions about the governor's order. I asked that the attorney be brought in so we have clarity. So that's how all of that began. It was to bring a resource to help all of us collectively to make good decisions, because you in particular were voicing an opinion away from the governor's order. So it wasn't clear to you.
Of the public who wish to vote as their right, and whether or not we approve a budget, can we still send it to a town meeting so that.
Okay, Carolyn, that matter has been very well discussed at the beginning of the meeting. Thank you. Dan Smith.
Ooh, okay, so Mike, I would be with you on extending to a 3rd alternate spot also. At least a discussion and possible vote, or bring to town ordinance. Now, when we brought up Brett and everything, it wasn't done, maliciously and everything. We thought that's what was right, so that's what we put forward. I hear you. I understand the state statute now, and I would be open for discussions on that.
All right, so I think there's a consensus to develop language to amend the ordinance, which I don't think we're prepared to do tonight, but I think there's a consensus to move that forward so that we have better definition, and do know that once we do that, it has to be brought to a town meeting. So again, we're in this environment where it's not easy to have a town meeting, particularly one that's going to create a situation where there is a vote. Mike Anderson. I'm sorry, Paul.
I mean, are we, I guess per the, is it possible, I mean, we had the town hearing. The next process under normal circumstances is to have a town meeting, correct?
Yes, historically, yes.
Within 2 weeks of the town hearing or something like that?
Historically, that has been our process.
Okay. And so we could have this issue put on a town hearing as an item to vote on if we did that.
The problem with the town meeting is that, you know, we have no way of verification of residents. You know, it becomes difficult, you know. It could be brought into question.
Okay, because of the Zoom.
Yeah.
You can't have a town meeting to vote on anything, which we've already kind of talked about.
Okay. Okay.
You just can't do that under the governor's orders, right?
Right, you're right, right. Mike,
Yeah,
thanks.
it's the
That's a
voting.
good point. The voting part is no go. Got it.
Paul Simon.
Yeah, I just want to go back to some somewhat derogatory comments about what we were saying about our board. I think we've done some good work here, guys. If you forget, we just passed the budget. We worked together. Yeah, it was contentious at times, but to say that we don't have the town's best interest at heart, try to do what's best for the town is just, Mike, an absolute falsehood. And to say that, it's offensive, my friend. So we can do this together, whether we have an R after our name or a D or an I, or whatever it is. To think that we're all not doing what we think is right, best for the town, you're just wrong, my brother. You're wrong. I mean, we're going to get this right. We'll continue to work together. We just proved ourselves. We approved a budget. We gave the Board of Ed everything to keep the school whole. The Board of Selectmen is spot on. We're going to get weed control. We're doing our jobs, man. So we can continue to do this. If we need to sort out some things with the state for a third alternate, great. But we are getting it done.
I would agree that we will move things forward in a constructive way. I think in that at least two of the distinguished members of this board have been in conflict with issues brought forward, you know, suggests that ripples out, you know, and to the perception of the community, and it's not the way it should be. And that's why I hearken back to the sense of integrity, lack of collusion, doing what's right, you know, maintaining the moral compass to make decisions that are in the best interest of the town of North Stonington. I might add the great town of North Stonington. Okay. So I think we've left the issue, Mike, that we will develop the ordinance amendment. Know that it has to go to a town meeting where there can be a vote. Okay. We were talking about public input relative to the budget, and the topic that probably deserves some discussion is the per diem firefighters. And I will remind everybody that our time right now is coming up on 10 p.m., 9:53. You know, we were at one point talking about at least one per diem firefighter. I think the Board of Selectmen more than once have said, look, we have a committee in place that we're not far from them developing some outcomes that could be important. We did have a personal interview with the chief relative to the topic. I think only through a lot of critical questions asked did we get information that I believe was important. The most important being that the knowledge that there are only 6 potential candidates to be called in during the daytime as volunteers. And that of the 6, there are a couple that are at age 80 or better. So, I mean, it's not hard for me to kind of bring some level of rationale to that. But I also have to weigh in that we have volunteers working, of which the chief is a part of, a committee to kind of broaden it and act upon it, and can be brought back both to the Board of Selectmen and Board of Finance. So that's how I'm hearing it. Anybody else who would like to weigh in? Carolyn, I know you've been a strong advocate. Paul had his hand up first, though. Please, Paul.
Yeah, I think you kind of beat me to it, Dan. So that message was not lost on me. What we're hearing from the chief and those who work for him and with him at the fire department, there's no doubt that there is a need. I still have a hard time in my mind disconnecting the request from the chief from the committee that has been commissioned to look at this and other things. So I would be in favor of per diem firemen, but certainly only after I hear the final presentation from the committee that's doing some very early work. So I know that may not be the right timeline for those who've been asking for years, but it seems to me that we need that data to make a good call on adding this to this line item.
Carolyn, you were next.
It was my understanding that the committee was to look at all emergency services. It wasn't focused on the actual need of the per diems right now because of our current situation. And we were advised that if we added a line to the budget and then it became unnecessary, it could be removed. I think that a lot of people spoke in favor of the per diems, and they also, Mr. Gross brought up the fact that the entire fire company voted in favor of it unanimously as a need. When we spoke with the school about the money that we needed, I don't have my notes in front of me from our meeting probably about a month ago, where there was $100,000 or $108,000 in the budget, and they took, I think it was like 58,000 of it to cover the middle school sports, which left the other 50,000, which was available to use to at least fund half of the request to get it started. And I think that we would be remiss in doing that. And I do think that the public, again, should be voting on this. And I think that it should be added as a line item. And I also think that the public should, be voting on everything, the school, the per diems, and anything else that's in the budget. And I think part of our work tonight that we were supposed to be doing, which we plan to do, was talk about all of these things in depth. And here we are now just addressing item number 2 at 10 o'clock, at night. So it is very frustrating.
Okay, Carolyn, I mean, rather than your personal feelings, what is your position on the per diem firefighters? Put it in the budget as 1, as 2, what are you saying?
The whole package.
I mean, I would like to let Ann speak first, and then I will speak.
All right, Ann Aiken.
I still support putting in the 2 per diem firefighters as a separate line on a referendum. If we can't get to a referendum, then I would support putting them into the Board of Selectmen's budget. There was certainly a lot of support in the public hearing on Monday for the firefighters. There were 5 people that spoke out for it, and then 1 more in the letter that we got yesterday. So I think there is quite a bit of public support for it. And again, if the committee comes out with a different recommendation, we can always change and take, and do whatever it is the committee suggests next year.
All right. Relative to it being a question on the referendum, we're not going to have a referendum this year.
So what is the plan? I mean, what is our plan? I need to know, like, what is the intention? So tonight or next week, I mean, what is the plan? Because it was my
The best
understanding.
thing you can do, Carolyn, is present a motion.
Okay, I make a motion to add the per diem firefighters, $100,000 to the selectmen's budget. And
I'll second it.
thank you, Ann.
Any further discussion from Board of Finance members? Mike Anderson.
10 o'clock.
My concern is that obviously there's been a committee set up and to your point, Carolyn, there's many different items that they're looking at to determine whether or not what's needed to best support the volunteer firemen, who we all want to support. My concern is that we have the select men and women have discussed this issue very vigorously amongst themselves and decided not to put it into their budget. And I don't see how we speak out both sides of our mouth where it's, we got to keep the numbers low for all the taxpayers. And then, on the other side, put in $100,000 where there's a committee set up to research this issue, and the commission, whatchamacallit, that I lost my train of thought there. The commission, the selectmen have decided not to put it in their own budget.
All right.
So, and to Paul's point, I mean, it's tough for me to say yes to this right now when there is research still being done as to what's the best course of action moving forward with the whole emergency system.
Thank you, Mike. Paul, you're next.
Yeah, I think he's hitting all the points that I brought up too. And the point is not lost on me that there is a need there. And I think in time, we'll do something to address it. I just would have a hard time being on board with it at this moment based on the work that's ongoing. So yeah, unfortunately, I wouldn't be there. I'm not there yet, but I know there's a need.
All right, any other discussion? Okay, if we can bring it to a vote, again, it will be by polling. Ann Aiken.
Aye.
Carolyn Howell.
Yes.
Paul Simon.
I'm a nay.
Mike Anderson.
I'm sorry, it's nay.
Dan Smith.
No.
And I will vote yes. And that's a 3-3. The motion does not pass. Okay. And the last, just so that we have talked about it, land acquisition.
Wait, I just, just so we will have a conversation about this. I think it's only fair to the firemen. I move that we add in 1 per diem fireman into this year's selectmen's budget.
So we have a new motion. Do we have a second to the motion?
Second.
Carolyn. So what Mike is saying is 1 per diem firefighter to be added to the 2020-21 fiscal budget. I think we've gone through discussion unless there's more that needs to be added.
Just a question, Dan. So there was $100,000 for two. I'm assuming this is going to be 50-ish for one. Does this include salary or hourly wage plus any benefits and gear, or is this kind of a
No.
pay as you go
Yeah,
kind of a deal?
Yeah, I know that's not the case, but Christine Diaz, I mean, you've got definition as well.
So from what I understand, this is to cover the per diem wages and any employment taxes that go along with that, FICA, Social Security. But there are no benefits as far as medical or anything like that. And the way that I understood it from Chief Steinhardt is that the turnout gear is the separate capital line that they have. So this is just the salary and employment taxes for that position.
So this would only be paid when folks come in. So we don't know if this is going to be 50 or 30 or 70. It's really how many hours they work. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they had talked about 10-hour shifts. It was for the two people, it was two people working 10-hour shifts, the 5 days a week. So this would be one person working 5 days a week. It still would be a rotating crew of person, but it would be 50 hours, day shifts only. And they had talked about a salary of $17 to $18 an hour. And then the little bit extra that brings it up is the employment taxes.
Okay.
Any other discussion? And that's how I remember it as well, Christine. Yeah. So, okay. Again, I'll bring it to a vote. A motion for one per diem
Dan,
firefighter. Yes.
Dan, Nick here. I think it would be prudent to add a figure to the motion, so that everybody knows what dollar figure is being
Yeah,
discussed.
I would agree. So, half of 100,000 is going to be 50,000. So that would be part of the motion. Thank
What
you.
about, Dan, what about not to exceed 50,000, which say, they have to get $20 an hour. That would throw the $50,000 off. Since we're going to put a dollar amount to it.
No, I understand what you're saying. Christine Diaz?
The way that we pay out to both the Ambulance Association and the fire company is a quarterly amount.
Okay.
So we can't really have a wiggle number because they'll get the money up front to then pay out the salary.
Okay, that works.
Okay, Mike, I think you got your hand up. Mike Anderson?
No.
Oh, okay, fine.
Just wait.
All right. So we're going to poll, and again, the motion was brought by Mike Anderson, seconded by Carolyn. So Ann Aiken, your vote?
Aye.
Carolyn Howell, you're next.
Yes.
Paul Simon,
Aye.
Mike Anderson,
Aye.
Dan Smith,
Aye.
and Dan Spring is an aye. So that passes 6-0-0.
That's collaboration right there, people.
I have a quick question.
go
So
ahead.
when the fire company presented this to the selectmen as part of their budget, it was included in their B26.01 line item. Is the Board of Finance requesting a new line item be added, B26.14? Or are you just asking that it be an internalized sub-account of B26.01?
I personally would like to see it as a separate line item because it then shows proof to those of interest that it was done.
I agree with that.
I also agree.
Yeah.
Okay, as much as I hate to add more lines, but I think this is an important one.
Yeah, I agree.
And let's make it brief, even though deserving land acquisition. Again, I had three individuals Historically, we've contributed 10,000 to that fund. Last year it was 1,000.
Can you give, what's the line item, please?
What's that again?
What's the line item?
The 3007, let me see.
The 3.15.
Not even close.
B 3.1 what?
C, capital. 3.15.
So relative to this, I mean, the example was Hewitt Farm. There's, in my own head, land that we're buying in town, we essentially are taking off the grand list. And that we own a lot of land already in the town of North Stonington. To include land that is potentially marketable, saleable, that has not been moved on. And so putting money there, I don't want to say it's stale money or money that's just put away for who knows for how long, but I have to weigh that against needs that we have currently as opposed to something that's very long range potentially. And in that we already have a lot of land that we own here in the town. So Dan Smith, just comments about that?
Hey, Dan, if a plot of land came up, they would be able to come to us for an appropriation under $20,000 to be able to.
Under 20, yes. If it were over 20, it would have to go to a town meeting.
Okay.
And again, the townspeople would weigh in. Do we want to do this?
Okay, thank you.
Any other thoughts relative to that, the public comments on land acquisition? Brett Mastriani?
Just regarding the, yeah, you hear me?
You're breaking up. Try again.
Okay.
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay. During the land acquisition fund, if you were to add a line item, if you look at our code of ordinance on that, you would be able to spend part of the money towards the mitigation. If you look on section 103 and what the expenditures could be for, under B, it says the mitigation costs for parcels of land easements or rights therein, the use which the retention parcel in its natural or the natural resource for passive recreation agricultural purposes.
Yeah, I know it.
For other use.
Brett, your transmission is breaking up, so everybody else is not hearing it. So. Christine Diaz, can you help him out a little bit there?
There's nothing I can do. It's his connection at his house. Brett, I don't know if you want to call in on your cell phone.
Yeah.
All right. I think he said yes.
I think so.
And did you have some thoughts on land acquisition?
Well, I was just going to say that there were really only 3 public comments that I heard Monday night
That's what I have
supporting
recorded.
that.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it had the high level support that some of the other issues did.
All right, so why don't I make a motion that we bring land acquisition up to a $5,000 contribution this fiscal year? Do I have a second to that? Mike, that's a second. So we were saying land acquisition, 1,000 up to 5,000 for the fiscal year 2020-21. Any discussion on that?
Just that I would agree, there's quite a bit of land in town, and I really believe that if there was a parcel that the town really wanted to take action on, we could come forward with an appropriation and do something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that is true.
Yeah.
Carolyn, you had something?
I feel the same way that Paul, I think during, because of our current circumstances, I mean, it's just not a priority. this year to purchase land, and if there was an opportunity, they could come and ask.
Okay. All right, any other discussion? All right, again, we'll poll. Keep changing around. Paul Simon, yay or nay?
Nay.
Carolyn Howell,
Okay.
Ann Aiken,
Nay.
Mike Anderson,
Yes.
Dan Smith,
Nay.
and Dan Spring is a yes. The motion fails 2-4-0. All right, we've done some things tonight, and I think I probably would bring us to agenda item 5, relative to the amendments we've made to the budget tonight by motion. This would be amendments to the budget we had unanimously voted for and brought to the public hearing. So I would make a motion that we approve the budget being brought forward with the amendments tonight for fiscal year 2020-21. And would ask for a second.
Second.
I think I got Paul, I think, yeah.
That's fine.
All right. All right. I think we've had a lot of discussion through this, all of this. I think the amendments that we have agreed upon by motion are not big movements, but yet have been in response to public comment or public demand. So any other discussion? All right, again, I will poll. Carolyn, are you on discussion or discussion? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just curious, were we going to discuss any of the other line items in the budget? I mean, there were several taxpayers who, I'm just asking.
I didn't, other than Joe Gross, who, you know, God love him, I mean, brought quite a number of line items forward. I think the ones that we brought attention to were those that were weighted through public comment, either at the hearing or through email. Did you have one of particular concern?
I was just curious. I was asking Christine today, as if she actually had an idea of what the give backs were going to be from the town this year, and she told me that she did not know that, and that she would not know that probably until the end of June, when they got the bill for the state troopers, because it comes late in the year and it's one of the biggest expense items. The other question that I had was for the Board of Ed. Did they know what their give backs were going to be at this point? Because I know they had concerns about technology and you know, other things, and so it was my opinion that if we have the money now and they need technology for next year, that they should purchase it if they need it for the children, you know.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. We haven't.
Whatever the give backs are, you know, as they are continued to, the budgets continue to be executed through June. And then dollars that are encumbered, you know, where invoices have to come in. Whatever the surpluses are, de facto, they go to unassigned. However, as Christine Wagner brought up, was a concern for the RISA account, which I've given you information. We've had some discussion, but not in depth. But that's something that I could call a special meeting on, so we can get that done, yay or nay, as soon as possible. But know that their intent is some of their give back should go into that lapsing account. Ann Aiken.
Well, I guess I would just like to know if we approve the budget, then we are tied to putting it through without referendum. Even if we hold off, if we set a mill rate, a flat mill rate, and hold off until we could actually hold a referendum.
Yeah, I mean, the question though comes back to what Attorney Keppel brought forward is that we have an order in place until September 9th, and that we don't even know that could be extended. And that, for us not to have to go through a supplemental, if we believe in the budget that we're bringing forward in confidence to the taxpayers, we move it forward so that a mill rate can be levied and tax bills to go out.
Well, I guess that's the issue. I approved the budget with everyone's assurance that we were going to do our absolute best to take it to referendum. And it sounds like we're not going to do that now. And that concerns me.
I think what we said kind of from the beginning, that we don't have the capacity to put it into a referendum. We're under governor's order or law not to conduct a referendum.
And I think we're with you, Ann. And I think we haven't got to that point yet about what next steps might be to, well, there probably isn't any next steps to try to get more public input. It's just they're trying to put it all together now. So we don't have the authority by Board of Selectmen to do anything at this point, I don't believe, unless they voted on that. But there are a couple little logistical things that happen here.
Right. What we're saying in this motion is that in our final preparation, we're making these amendments to the budget we had already passed unanimously that went to the public hearing. And that budget now then seems odd would go to Board of Selectmen to give us authorization to move it forward. And so there's another step yet.
Right, right. So it sounds kind of circular, but is there then still opportunity, should the Board of Selectmen bestow that right upon us to create the mill rate? Could we afford some more time to listen again, to get some more input, or are we really saying this is it?
Yeah, right. But that brings us to the next agenda item.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
we're
okay.
still on item number
Okay, all right.
5. Yeah. All right. So I think, because we were unanimous on the budget, we were near to unanimous on the amendments. We now are just folding in those small changes to something we've already approved. So again, if there's no further discussion, yes, Ann, go ahead.
I guess I'm just saying that this is the point of no return. If we pass this budget, then there is no point of return.
The point would be that we've listened to public comments and that we have responded. As opposed
But
even if we went to a town meeting, so just so you understand the process. Public hearing, historically, we listen to input from the taxpayers. We meet, we decide whether or not there should be amendments to the budget. That then is presented as the final in the town meeting. So there's no other changes to be made, but then goes to a vote. And what we're saying by governor's law, that we don't have the opportunity for a vote, particularly in the timeline where we're trying to get tax bills to kind of line up to the start of the next fiscal year. Mike Anderson.
I guess just to Ann's point, I mean, are you satisfied with the job that the boards collectively have done to put together a budget and that we have done to whittle down those budgets to a palatable sense, that you feel like this is a good budget to put forward to the people?
I agree it's a good budget for the people to vote on. I do not agree that it's a good budget for me to force upon someone without their agreement.
Okay, but if Governor Lamont is telling you as the legislative body that you must, you shall, which just, you know, every opinion I've ever read from any Connecticut Supreme Court, that those legislative terms are mandatory. They're not, you know, possibilities or suggestions. They're mandatory. So at this point, they're telling us that we have to do that. And I wasn't even aware of that myself, until tonight. So I'm glad to have had, along with learning about my statutory rights as a board member to select my own alternate, I'm very happy to have Attorney Keppel on tonight. So I appreciate that. But I did not know that, I knew that we were not supposed to have public hearings, but I did not know of the executive order that says we shall put forth the budget for next year. So we are elected officials, the townspeople elected us. And, if we have to make the decision, I want to do it. So knowing that, we beat each other up, like to Paul's point, and we listened to the townspeople at the town hearing. We made adjustments to what we thought was already a good budget and put things back in, or added things that, certain other boards didn't want in. So if we have to do so, I'm comfortable doing so. Would I prefer the townspeople to vote on it? Absolutely, 100%. But we're in different times right now.
Brett, I will recognize you next. Brett.
Thank you. Just what I got cut off earlier, I was just mentioning the fund, the land acquisition fund. It looks like you might be able to expend some of those funds or add to that to for weed mitigation. If you read what expenditures are good for, it's for maintaining recreational land and for recreational purposes. But I just wanted to comment on this. I look, like I said, a lot of other towns, there's almost 55 to 60 statutory towns so that don't have charters. Out of those towns that have passed already, 16 of them had a mill decrease. 20% of, or 20 of them had a 0% increase in the mill rate, and 11 had a slight increase. Nothing to the magnitude we're talking about here. And it's not all of them. I'm talking about the mill rate increase. Some of them used their undesignated funds since the residents didn't have the opportunity to vote. But what quite a few did is they're still going through the process like they were having a town meeting. So they're having a meeting like this where they talk about the feedback from the budget presentations. They're coming up with their recommendations in what the budget that they see, but then they're advertising it basically like a town meeting to actually present the budget in full to the town, well publicized before the Board of Finance votes on it to get through. So I would ask that you guys look into that with your new budget, at least be able to advertise it to the public, give an email address where people can send any comment they want before you vote, because I think this was well publicized that this might be the meeting where you pass the town budget without the residents voting. That's all.
All right, again, we're on agenda item number 5, where 6 then brings in some of those questions as to, authorization from Board of Selectmen, mill rate being levied and so forth. But in terms of, again, a public hearing has been held. We've pushed to get public comments. To hold a town meeting, what we're doing is we're presenting the final budget for them to vote on. And whether or not we have that opportunity, it's been made clear by the town attorney that it's not likely.
Oh,
Carolyn.
I wasn't saying that the public probably won't have that opportunity to vote on it unless this gets delayed somehow, which I'm not saying should be the case. I'm saying that I think it just should be presented to the town as the final budget and well publicized before the Board of Finance votes this through as the residents' budget. That's all. Because as all of us were confused as the process tonight, and we're all part of that, how can the residents understand what's happening if we don't?
Okay, I would bring that
No.
forward on agenda item that follows 6.
Okay.
So what I'd like to
All right,
do
makes
is
sense.
lock down the budget, and then we can talk about what happens next. Mike Anderson.
Carolyn had her hand up first. I'll be able very quickly, Caroline. Just remember there's 2.25 mil in this budget, just so everyone remembers, is for the school project where we knew that the town knew that that money was going to go up. We have to bear that in mind, that any increase that we're talking about, correct me if I'm wrong, 0.25 of that is for that debt redemption that we have to do.
And with that, Mike, I would say that what we did tonight, it's projected, it would add a 0.12 mil to what we're talking about. Christine Diaz could probably cross-check that, but
Yeah, I have it at 29.91. If you're going to take additional from surplus 2,000, 29.92, and then you would have a little over 3,000 going back into surplus.
yeah. That's my numbers. Thank you. All right, any other, Carolyn, did you have one more? Or are you all set?
I was just wondering, like, the latest that we could wait to see if the governor changes his position. I mean,
Okay, that comes again to agenda item, the next agenda item.
and then I'd just like to make one more suggestion, because this came up last week, that if we do advertise in the newspaper, that we do advertise in both the Westerly Sun and the New London Day, because there are only 189 subscribers to the Sun. So I just request that in the future that the selectmen advertise where they're going to get, the greatest coverage.
I think Board of Selectmen, Mike Gergo, I think has agreed to, expanding the advertising to the day if necessary. Would that be a true statement, Mike?
I was able to get a press release into the day for the hearing, so happy to look at that.
Okay, so he's been compliant. Is what he's saying. All right. Okay, I'd like to bring us to a vote again. Remember we did a unanimous on the budget up to this point. We've made amendments that are roughly $65,000 to be added in. So we're polling, and Paul Simon, I see you first on my left.
Yay.
All right, Carolyn Howell, you're next.
Yes, with the understanding that my intent is for the voters to speak if possible.
Okay, Ann Aiken, you're next.
I mirror what Carolyn said.
Okay, I take that as a yay. Where am I? Dan Smith.
I have the same sentiment as Carolyn and I vote yay.
Mike Anderson. Yay or nay?
I couldn't hear any of what Carolyn or Dan or Ann said.
She just wanted to be sure that there was advertisement relative to the budget to be presented to the voters.
And I also added, my intent was for the voters to vote or speak, but I did vote yes.
All right. Well, I don't think we can add caveats, but my answer is yay.
Right, and that was part of agenda number, the next one, which, we've explored. So you're a yes, Mike?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And I am a yes, so it does pass unanimously, 6-0-0. You got a budget. Thank you. I think we're talking 1034 right now. On agenda item number 6, it's authorization of the Board of Selectmen for budget adoption and the mill rate to be levied. Now, again, the issue of having a referendum has been well addressed by our town attorney.
Is the floor mine?
What's that?
I said, is the floor mine now?
Yes, it's, yeah, the budget's has been
Okay.
approved, so it goes back to you.
Okay. So I just want to, hang on a sec. I just want to preface the very quickly, in last November, on the 18th, I signed a document that said, I, Michael Ergo, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Connecticut, so long as I continue a citizen thereof, and that I will faithfully discharge according to law the duties of the office of First Selectman to the best of my ability, so help me God. I swore that oath, and I have been ripped for even talking about the fact that we're doing this. The governor's orders are clear. They're clear, crystal clear. And I am not the only one here that signed that oath. Everyone that's here signed that oath. We have a duty to uphold the Constitution of Connecticut. These are unprecedented times, and it's been politicized, and I'm not happy about it. We have a job to do. It's that simple. This isn't something anyone asked for. Believe me, I didn't ask for it, and I don't want to be doing it. And I agree with what everybody's saying, but this oath is not taken lightly, and it's something we all signed as elected officials. For that, I bring a motion forth, giving the Board of Finance budget adoption and mill rate levied authority. I'm looking for a second from one of the Board of Selectmen members.
I second.
Second from Nita. There'd be further discussion, and I think in this discussion, we have to talk about what has to happen with the mill rate in the event that the Board of Finance fails to act. So we can talk about that, or if any of the selectmen want to have a comment before we get into that, feel free.
Right, I'll start. So we've been here about 3.5 hours and we've heard a lot of discussion. And I would say that I appreciate the Attorney Keppel being here, and he did say that he feels like the governor's orders may even go past September 9th. But I will tell you, as you said, Mike, we're in uncharted times. And a lot of people that are very smart, smarter than I am, have made statements that are no longer true. I mean, we were told we couldn't wear masks. We shouldn't wear masks 6 weeks ago, and now they're telling us we should wear masks. It's because we're in these uncharted times that's so tough to know how to make the right decisions. As things loosen up, we may be able to vote sometime in July or early August. We don't know that. But we don't know that any more than we know that it's going to get extended past September 9th. When I listened to this meeting tonight, and most of the public comment was not about the budget, it was about the makeup of this board. And I'll be honest with you, it was not, this board did not get a rave review as far as public, the feeling of the vote of confidence from the public in the phone calls we got tonight. I agree with the people that said that they disagree with the process last week. I disagree with the process last week also. I think every candidate for the Board of Finance as the alternate should have been vetted out last week, not just one candidate getting voted in. I think if they would have done that and everyone would have heard all the candidates get vetted out, then the end result, whatever it was, would have been easier to fathom. But I think the people that attended the meeting last week, and a lot of those same people attended the meeting this week, were not happy with the process, more so than even the outcome, because they saw a system working that seemed to be one-sided. And now the board is actually made up, and I'm in that party, and the board is actually heavily weighted towards one side, more so than an even side. So with the lack of the, and I know Paul said in his heart, he feels like these guys are doing the best. And I think they are doing in their hearts the best they can do for the town, but I don't think the town perceives that. I think the town perceives that the board is not weighted correctly. And the fact that through their comments, it was not a great vote of confidence. Next, as far as you guys just added $65,000 to this budget. And the town does not have a chance to weigh in on the $65,000 you just added. Now, the people that have got what they wanted, like the weed people, the lake weed people, they're happy. And I think the land acquisition people aren't happy. And I don't know about the fire company because they got half of what they wanted. So I don't know if they're happy they got one or they're disappointed they didn't get two. But either way, if this passes tonight, the town does not have a chance to weigh in on it. And I know what the law is. The law today on June 3rd, is that the governor's orders are that we have to move this forward. But there was no timeline set that had to be moved forward tonight. I agree with Carolyn. I agree with some of the other members of the board that think that there should be more input by the town. So I would feel uncomfortable moving this forward and giving the Board of Finance position, a Board of Finance that did not get a great vote of confidence tonight, position to put in a budget that the town may not agree with. So that's my discussion.
Nita?
My turn, huh? I feel very torn, and Mike, I want to ask you, if we do move forward with the voting in favor of this tonight, can we have at least a week to get the information out to all people ahead of time, and instead of surprise? Is there a way we can communicate in any way?
All we have to do is authorize the Board of Finance to adopt the budget. Then it's their choice as to what they do from there. And we have to have the conversation right now, because I cannot give away the authority to levy the mill rate to the Board of Finance in this motion if they are not going to levy the mill rate. We have to levy the mill rate. We cannot not levy the mill rate. We leave the town in a vulnerable position. And so many things were talked about tonight that put the town in a vulnerable position. That's all I care about. I don't care about really anything else. That's my job, is to try to look out for the town's best interest. And we can't not levy the mill rate. We have to get tax bills out. So that's the question I have to have for the attorney is, with this motion, we are in essence giving our authority, because the Board of Selectmen has the authority to levy a mill rate if the Board of Finance chooses not to. And so then the burden is upon us. But if with this motion we give this authority to the Board of Finance and they do not act, then we are in a conundrum. So Nick, I need to know the answer to that question.
Thankfully, it's a simple one at this late hour. The executive order says you shall, the Board of Selectmen, the Board of Selectmen shall authorize the Board of Finance to adopt a budget and set a mill rate. So there's no, you can't do a partial and then hold part. It's
okay.
And by the way, neither the Board of Selectmen here or the Board of Finance or anywhere in Connecticut, no one likes this. No one likes disenfranchising voters. But the governor made a judgment call that based on public health concerns, that there won't be any in-person voting. Yes, your only job in this process is to, because it's so unusual and it's outside and it deviates from the normal process, your role in the order that the Board of Selectmen is to authorize the Board of Finance to adopt the budget and set a mill rate, period.
So it's a shall, first of all, and that's why when I put this agenda item on Monday night's agenda after the school repurposing committee, I didn't see this as something that was like up for debate. That's why I just threw it on there because we were all meeting, and I explained this, but again, I'm constantly questioned about intentions, and this is how I saw it. So the governor says we shall do this.
Yes.
So there's really no debate about it, and the Board of Finance will have the floor after we make this motion, but there's no question about it. So, I mean, I'd call for a vote on this. There's nothing else to debate. All those in favor of levying that authority to the Board of Finance signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
We're recording.
Motion carries. Motion carries 2-1 in opposition. Dan, the floor is yours.
Okay, so Board of Selectmen have just given us authorization to adopt the budget, which we have just minutes ago approved to a unanimous vote. So it would mean that we are increasing the budget that we had already brought forward by 65,000, and it would be levying a mill rate, if I'm correct again, 29.91. Christine?
I'm muted. 29.91 would only be if you vote to also take an additional $2,000 out of your undesignated fund, the town's undesignated fund.
Otherwise, it would be, if we did not, it would be
29.92 with around 3,000 going back to the undesignated fund.
I mean, I would see it, I'd rather see money going in that we have really money coming out as we had by a previous motion.
Right.
And that rather than have another motion to bring another 2,000 out on the record, so it would be at a 29.92, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Paul?
Yeah, I know we're just getting into this now. So what if, Dan, we were to explore the option of taking even more money out of the undesignated to try to lessen this tax burden bite? Any appetite from you or the rest of the board members to sort that out, or would that be the next bit you wanted to talk about?
I think what I'd rather do is make a motion that we approve the budget as presented to the Board of Selectmen now with authorization for adoption. So we're kind of back to where we were just before Mike took his action. And do I have a second to that motion?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Okay,
Are we
go
just,
ahead.
are we just adopting the budget, but not passing but not levying the mill rate? Or are we doing all of it?
Yeah, because we are approving the budget or adopting the budget, we levy the mill rate to support that budget.
So I would guess I would still go, not to cut you off, Ann, still go to, we can change the mill rate based on another withdrawal from our undesignated, if we chose to do that, correct? And that's within the Board of Finance
We have the
ability to do
authority,
that.
we have the authority to do that, yes.
Yeah, so I guess I'd like to hear, anybody else on the Board of Finance like to talk about that a little bit? Are we happy just to
Ann,
increase the
you
mill
were
rate?
first, Ann?
Oh,
Well, the town attorney gave us the opportunity to pass a flat mill rate to start with, which would then give us time to wait and have the governor rescind the order, which would then allow us to do a referendum. And if the budget passes the referendum, then for the January tax bill, we can increase it to reflect the increased mill rate without adding an additional billing, without adding additional money. Did I understand that correctly, Nick?
It's true that well, the Board of Finance, for the time being, adopts the budget. When you adopt the budget is within your purview, and so I leave it to you. Many of you are veteran members, and take advice from Christine, and if you like, input from Mike about the pros and cons of waiting. Obviously, it comes down to, if I may comment, not legally, but public policy, it's a balancing of if you delay, circumstances could change conceivably that would allow in-person voting on a budget. That's possible. The flip side or the downside is by taking that time, there's the issue of a flat rate budget having to be adopted, and I believe Christine can speak to this in more detail, but constraints on what you can do for capital. And I'm not sure honestly about I thought that typically when the budget goes by July, there's typically a bill sent out using last year's mill rate, and then a supplemental bill when the budget is adopted. But Christine, I don't know if you want to weigh in on the implications of going past July 1.
Yeah, Dan, is that okay with you?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay, so if we don't have a budget passed and then we have to operate off of last year's budget numbers, which means we can only spend 1/12 of the budget at a time. So one of the biggest problems with that is that the CES payment for USDA is due in July. 1/12 of last year's redemption of debt is only $88,000, and that payment is over $300,000. So we wouldn't be able to meet that payment. We have a lot of things that are front loaded throughout our budget. A lot of things are due in July and August. And again, we're only authorized to spend 1/12 of the budget per month. So we really wouldn't be able to meet some of that. We can't use any capital expense, any capital money that's in the new budget because it's a new budget that's not approved. So therefore, no capital projects have been authorized. Which includes some of our yearly payments for things that are due for leases. If we have anything that we wanted to do for taking care of tree maintenance before we go into the heart of hurricane season, we wouldn't be able to do any of that. We also have to, as I mentioned earlier in the meeting, we pay quarterly payments to the fire company and the ambulance association so that they can meet their bills, and we wouldn't be able to pay for those. We also have issues of raises for our employees. So all of that would have to be retroed once we actually pass the budget. So that becomes a lot more work intensive for us. As I mentioned, just some of the departments do the majority of their expenses up front. A lot of our computer licensing happens in the beginning of the year. So those are a lot of the issues that we're going to have administratively with that.
And Chris, how about the supplemental billing or waiting, this idea of waiting till December? I'm not.
So I'm honestly not too familiar with that. I know when the budget didn't pass until November before I started, then a supplemental bill had to go out. And then again, a bill went out for January. This also confuses people. When we send bills out on a normal year, you get your 2 bills at the same time, and then you just have to pay it. And when we have a year where we send out multiple bills, then the next year people think that they were supposed to get a second bill and are confused and are late on their January taxes. I know it sounds like a silly issue, but it's a lot of feedback that we get from residents that they were waiting for their second bill to come, and it just didn't come because we don't send out a second bill.
right. To come to Paul's question, just so we can move this along, I think, we had a lot of satisfaction with the mill rate looking like it was going to be the 29.72 or whatever it was. And that we added 65,000. I don't know if it makes it more palatable, but no, if we approve the 65,000 to come out of unassigned and add that to the 225,000, we approach 290,000 and change to come out of the unassigned. Beyond that, I would be very reluctant.
So just one more thing about timing, Dan and Christine. You told us about a lot of bad things that would happen if we waited till July, but what is the drop dead date before all those bad things hit us? If we didn't.
Technically, the new budget starts July 1. So if there's no budget passed July 1, and it takes, QDS is our company we get our tax bills from. It takes them 10 days to turn around and get the bills back to us. Then we need to fold them, stuff them, and get them back out in the mail to everyone. So if, say you were to pass it tonight, then Daryl has to go through and do what he does on his end with the mill rate. Then Karen, the tax collector, needs to go in and do her process. So we would probably, if you passed it tonight, we would hopefully get the information to QDS on Monday.
And
But
we would need
that's
all
pushing.
of that time.
Yeah, because it's, like I said, 10 days for QDS, and then we have to fold stuff and get them out. And we have 2,100 real estate bills, 3,350 motor vehicle bills, and 450 personal property bills. So that's also collating and putting multiple ones in one envelope per person so that we're not wasting postage.
It's a lot of work. No, I get it. You know where I'm going, right? I'm just looking for any kind of a window to try to get some more public, but it doesn't sound like there's much of anything there.
No, I think we've hammered that pretty well up to this point. Brett, you had your hand up, Brett?
Yeah, it was a long talk about transparency tonight and everything. I'm in support of this budget, but I think you should give the public time to say this is the budget that you've changed. I don't think tonight was quite advertised like that. And we talk about how we look, and on my EDC hat, we're talking about trying to recruit businesses in here, trying to recruit people to move here. And out of the 60 towns, unless you hit the undesignated fund, which our percentage is higher than a good chunk, because it's about, their range is usually about 10 to 15%. We would have one of the largest tax increases percentage-wise than the other 60 statutory towns. I'm just saying you really should look into hitting the undesignated fund if you're passing this budget, so that the tax increase on the people that didn't get to vote isn't as large and doesn't have the optics of being one of the largest in the state. But I do think that if you publicize that you're having the meeting to approve the budget, then everybody knows and everybody's on the same page. I'm really passionate about an increase like this when they don't have the right to vote, to at least they know that it's happening, and to use the undesignated fund so the people that are talking about how financially tight it is already aren't additionally hurt. It's taxes they've already paid.
The mill rate increase would be a 0.31 increase over the current mill rate. Mike Anderson?
I mean, I'm definitely in favor of tabling this particular vote for a minimum of 1 week, for all the reasons that, Brett just elucidated. We're just we've had a lot of things to talk about tonight. We've had a lot of information thrown at us tonight. We had a lot of, vigorous debate. It's 11 o'clock. I'd like to think about taking more money out of the undesignated fund, which is, it's just, we had such a fight about unanimous votes of not spending any more money of that, and here we are. But I agree with it. I mean, it's the taxpayers' money, and if there's a time to do it, now is the time to do it. I'm certainly for taking, if we raised it up 65,000 for good things tonight, then I think we should take that from undesignated rather than burden the taxpayers more for that. But I think, is there a case for more being used during this time? It's possible, but I think the town, we have to put, let the townspeople know this is the budget that we sent to the Board of Selectmen. The Selectmen sent it back to us. If it is feasible to give us one more week to come back and vote on this
It's
next
11
Wednesday,
o'clock.
that we'd be allowed to do that and have a little bit more discussion after we've had a little bit of chance to soak it all in and go over it and decide what we want to do moving forward next Wednesday.
All right, my answer to that is we're running very short on time. I think we were all pretty comfortable with the budget prior to the additions, which total 65,000. I think a remedy to that would be to take the 65,000 additionally from the unassigned, but do know that we are approaching then taking 10% of our unassigned to meet this budget. But, you have to think about, okay, the increase in the mill rate and the circumstances of where we are in time right now. And then marry that to all the debate we've had up to this point in time in terms of what has been left in the budget or added to the budget. So I would make a motion that, and I started it, that we approve the budget brought forward tonight. We can include in this motion or a separate motion that we take an additional 65,000 from the unassigned.
I think that should be a separate motion before we move on the budget itself.
Okay. You want to make that motion, Mike?
Sure.
Can we just have a quick little chat about that first?
It'll be part of the discussion. We can vote down.
Yeah, it'll
We
be
don't
a
want.
discussion, part of the discussion. Yeah.
All right.
I move that we move another 65,000 from unassigned into the budget
Second.
as revenue.
Second.
And we've got a second from Dan Smith.
So discussion is now open, Paul.
Yeah, I'm just thinking.
Sorry, Dan.
Thank you, Mike and Dan. So I think the 65, that's a great start. So I would be looking for something more than that. Now, this crazy time that we're in, is there some way we can keep the tax increase down to something closer to $500,000? And I can't do that math this late at night, but I imagine that's a hefty chunk from our unassigned. I don't know if Christine could help me with that math fast. If we could, to bring us back from the 0.8 mil increase to a 0.5, we're talking another $300,000, another 10% from our unassigned. Is that what that number would be?
Give me a couple minutes.
All right, thank you. And now that I say it out loud, that sounds insane, but I'm just trying to lessen the bite for what Dan knows better than any of us in the business he's in about the unemployment that's coming and the job losses and how people are going to have hard time finding dollars to pay these bills. Is it really time? And I was not in favor of this. Is it really time to start hitting our unassigned harder? And I know it sounds terrible, but I'd like to see some more of it, of this, to lessen the tax bite, more come out of the unassigned. I don't know what that number is. I'm thinking it's more than the 65 that we have on the table right now.
Well, you would be taking another 0.02 mil, or 0.2 mil of, so that would be, I'll tell you here in a minute. You'd be talking about 105,000 additional.
So 170-ish. Tonight's discussion added to our 225.
Where's that leave us, Dan? Total and percentage to expenditures?
Well, we're at 3.1 mil, so we would be taking something on the order of.
No, I mean the undesignated fund. What's the
15%.
balance?
15% at 3.1
right now?
mil. Yeah.
And where would we be if we took out the?
Yeah. Tell you here in just a minute. Just give me a minute. We'd be taking out $395,000.
And we have it.
Dan, I have it closer to 380.
Okay, I was doing rough numbers.
Yeah, I had
You were
395.
taking it down to what, a 29.5 or?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it was more than, yeah, okay.
So are we at 380 or 395? What is the number?
Yeah, closer to 380.
Okay, that's off of the present. What do we have in there? 2 million something?
No, 3.1 million.
All right. What's the percentage to expenditures if we take that 380 out?
So closer to 13, is it?
Yeah. Was it 13%?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting. Is that number put us on sound footing for any kind of future?
It does, but still you got to think about, okay, what happens next year?
Oh, you're right. It's just like de-obligating funds is what this is, right? This is something akin to that.
Yeah.
We're also in a reval year. I mean, we just.
I'd like to see reval up, but I don't know because we're caught in this pandemic.
I know.
Ann Aiken.
Well, I'm going to go even more radical than Paul. If we're going to pass a budget that the voters don't have a chance to vote on, then I say we take the entire increase out of the undesignated fund.
Even the 0.25 that's going towards the school project, Dan?
Even that.
Yeah, see, that's already been agreed upon, quite frankly.
Yeah. The townspeople already know about that. They even agreed to like 0.5 or above.
So how about
Well,
something?
all right,
Go
all
ahead.
of it except that 0.25.
I think we need to have a happy medium here. I like Paul's number of 2.5 is. or 29.5 is palatable for me.
Yeah.
I agree.
Carolyn?
I kind of lean towards Anne only because I'm thinking about all the people that I know of right now who are unemployed, who are looking at paying $2,000 a month in, COBRA payments just to keep their health insurance. Yeah, woman Sandy, who, she's a farmer in our town. She's struggling. I know what that's like personally because that's why we downsized. We had a farm, we sold it for the same reasons that she's looking to sell. I think we really need to, it's more than just what we're able to absorb personally. I think we need to consider all of the taxpayers. And I mean, I would be for either all of it or the 0.25 that the taxpayers knew was coming, due to the, debt for the school project. I mean, I just think that to do more than that, especially since we're not putting it to a vote, I just don't think it's right. I mean, the intent was to have the taxpayers vote on it. They already, voted on approving the debt, so that I wouldn't necessarily have a problem with, even though I realize some people are struggling. So I would prefer.
Can we just see what the numbers look like then for that 0.25, Dan
So
and
You'd
Christine?
be taking basically about 506,000 out of the undesignated fund, and that includes the 225 that you already authorized.
So five what total?
505.
Yeah, you're
642.
taking out, yeah. We're
Total.
taking out $500,000 from our unassigned.
Christine?
Yeah.
Is
percentage?
that for the whole or for just?
That's to have it be a 0.25
Thank you.
increase.
Okay, thank you.
And what's that put us towards percentage wise?
$12.9.
12.9.
That's a big bite.
So the difference is 12.9 to 13?
No, it would leave our unassigned that is now at 15% down to a 12.9%.
Right, but what Paul proposed, didn't that take it down to 13%? Or did I miss a decimal point there somewhere?
There's probably got to be a decimal point somewhere, and that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's what I think.
What is the 380? What's the exact number on that, Dan?
I'm sorry?
It doesn't make sense that the 380 goes down to 13% and then another 120,000 takes it down 0.1. That doesn't really make sense to us.
Yeah.
All right, let me redo this here. It takes the 3.1 million down to just under 2.6. And then you divide that by our expenditure budget, which is at 20,000,007, let's call it. work out. Do you have that, Christine?
No. Sorry.
I don't know why my calculator is throwing me here.
With all due respect, Dan Spring, I want to hear it from our financial advisor that we pay for.
It's also 11:15.
Yes, it is.
Good thing she's salaried.
That's right. It's all the time you get for work.
Yeah, 12.5%.
Okay,
5.
that makes more sense.
Okay, 12.5.
The thing is, it sounds good to make people happy this year, but next year, unless, you know, we see an increase in the grand list, it's a hole, a big hole.
Yeah.
My feeling, guys, is I mean, part of this budget and the numbers that go into it, particularly on the Board of Selectmen side, are projects that we need to keep moving the town forward. And although we are in unprecedented times, we still have to keep the mind that we are trying to build the infrastructure here to build revenue, and that costs money. And I think we still have to say that, you know, as a town, we are committed to doing that, and then we have to accept the responsibility of paying for that. So I would be in support of the 2.5, the 29.5, I'm sorry, but not going all the way down to another 5, you know, which is 380, the 380, not the 505.
Yeah, so a mill rate that would come in at 29.5 is what you're saying,
Correct.
right? Dan Smith?
Yeah, I would have to agree with Mike on that one. I think throughout the year, we're going to have some expenditures that we might have to do appropriations for that come out of that account. So, and then also looking forward to possibly next year not having the best financial situation. So I would have to agree with Mike on that, where I'd like to have a little bit of a cushion left in the undesignated fund for things that might creep up.
Okay, I would remind everybody that we have a motion on the floor to take an additional 65,000. And Mike, you brought the motion, and
I'll withdraw. I'm going to withdraw that motion.
okay. All right, so where are we now?
I need the exact number that
Yeah,
we're
me
looking
too.
at. Not the 380. What's the exact number on that, Christine?
Right.
So the best, unless you wanted exact to the dollar, a round number is 376,000, which would then put $436 back into the undesignated after it's all done.
With a 2.5 increase.
Yes.
I mean, a 29.5
No, 29.5.
mill rate.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
That includes
Yeah, so
the
it-
225 last time.
Yep. Yep. So
Yes.
the difference, if you want the difference for a motion, that would be $150,768.
Say that number again.
150,768. Because your original motion was 225,232, correct?
Got it. All right. I move to move from the undesignated fund into the revenue side in an additional 150,768.
Yep.
Second.
Okay, I think we've had a lot of discussion. We'll poll it. Carolyn,
Yes.
Ann Aiken,
No.
all right, where are we? Dan Smith,
Yes.
Paul Simon,
Aye.
Mike Anderson,
Aye.
And I vote no. So it does pass 4-0.
We're gonna make you go first next time.
That's right.
All right. So what we've done is we're adopting the budget that we passed to the Board of Selectmen, knowingly that the motion just passed to take an additional 150,768 from unassigned.
On
would-
top of the additional.
Yeah, the 225, which means that we would be at a tax, a mill rate levied at 29.5. So do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
Second.
Dan Smith, okay. I think we talked about this a lot. We're gonna poll Carolyn.
Yeah, and just for clarity, I think that people need to understand that the 225 was because of the Mashantucket land being taken out of, or taken out of forestry, correct?
It was part of it.
Put it into, yeah, exactly. No, put into forestry.
Right, so we lost those tax revenues. So just so it's clear to people that may be watching tonight who have not been watching all of our deliberations over the past several months.
Yeah, that was
Okay. Are you a yes, Carolyn? Okay. Ann Aiken,
No.
where am I here? Dan Smith,
Yes.
Paul Simon,
Aye.
Mike Anderson,
Aye.
and I will say yes.
Attaboy.
Okay, so it's 5-1-0. So there you have it.
Congratulations, folks.
Mm-hmm.
Time is 11:20.
Time to get up.
I think next is previous minutes. We're going to table that. And Christine, if we need to clean it up tomorrow, I know it's late, we'll do that, but I think we got it, right?
Yeah,
And
I just have a couple letters that you'll need to sign, but that's it.
Right. Nan, you've got the motion down? Okay. All right. I would move for adjournment.
Second.
Okay, the two Dans, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 I'll take that as 6-0-0. Time now being 11:22.
John Boy's wicked asleep already.
I get up in 5 hours.
That's to say, yeah, it's almost time to get up. Sun will be up before you know it.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Dan.
Yeah.
Nice
Good
job.
night,
folks.
all.
All right, onward and upward.